Alrighty, we are live now, so just some things set up here. So anyway, welcome all to the stream here. This is February 27th, 5 days after the anniversary, which was the 22nd. So hope you're all doing well today. Let's maybe wait a little bit to see if some more people will join the stream here. And also, hello, Matt L. It's good to hear from you again. I haven't actually spoken to you in a while. Hope you're doing well. It's Johnny Cage. Oh my goodness. Hello. Good to see you. Hopefully the audio mix is okay. I kind of tweaked it last minute, so if the music is too loud or if anything is too quiet, please let me know and I can try to adjust that, but hopefully it should be okay. But yeah, hello Johnny. Yeah, so yeah, it's morning time. I guess it's nighttime in the US, but yeah, out there is, which you can't even see on camera, is good old Japan. So oops, don't want to go too dark. Actually, speaking of which, I'm going to turn on the light, so give me one sec here. There we go. That should be a lot clearer. Usually when I'm at the company, I don't actually bother with all the lights, but yeah. All right. Good. You're doing well. So yeah, I think the last time I saw you was what's MagFest 9, or maybe it was even MagFest 10. All right. So, switch views here real quick. Yeah, sec here. The last MagFest that I went to was MagFest 10. So that was 2012. That was the year I actually came to Japan. Since that point, the last event in the US that I attended was SGC 2014, which was down in Dallas, Texas. But yeah, my first convention was MagFest 8 in 2010. So it was a lot of fun. We may actually talk about that when we get into the talking development part of things. Yeah, MagFest 10 was the one I had the prototype. So yeah. Cool, well. Yeah, I guess it's 1:20 now, so we can switch views because hopefully more people will come in. So let me change here. All right, so I prepared a little something for today. So this is just kind of the tentative schedule. Let me show it on screen here. So what I was thinking of doing was talking developments, just discussing how I got into things. And this will be recorded, so if anyone wants to watch it later on YouTube, they can certainly do that as well. But yeah, just talk about how I got into NES dev and then games before the Battle Kid. And then talks more specifically about Battle Kid 1. Actually play Battle Kid 1 version 1.1. Then do some Battle Kid 2 development, play Battle Kid 2, and then some final remarks for today. So that's how it should go. Of course, may change things if need be, but yeah. So let's see here. I'm gonna turn off the music a little bit here, and let's just get into things. A circuit board full of wires. Yeah, that was the crudely made Battle Kid 2 prototype, which what was it? The Battle Kid 2 prototype had all these wires going around, and in fact, when I first got it, some wires were loose, and I had to get help soldering them back into place. So I actually took pictures and to like which wire goes where, and then I got some help with that, and thankfully it did work. Hello, Mac006. Welcome. That came out a day after your birthday. Cool, cool. So I guess February 21st in your case. So nice. Um, oh, the SGC level. Yeah, that's just a mini bonus level that was in version 1.1. So, yeah, like right now, it's unfortunate, but the actual physical production has stopped, and that'll be something though I'm going to talk about maybe in a future video on YouTube. It's nothing I can get into at this moment. But all right, let's see here. I'm gonna just move some things around here on my desktop so I can do this a little more conveniently. But all right, yeah, let's go into the first part of this, which I was going to do, which is talking development. So let me turn something on here. So yeah, how did we even get into NES development? That's the topic. So let's just turn a little thing on here. Oh, is that not showing up? Ah, I know why it's not showing up. Let's close this. There we go. So yeah, looking at this, does anyone know what this thing in the box is? What this program is? It's kind of an important part. First emulator, yeah. You remember what the name of it is, though? Sorry, one sec here. That's right, Nesticle. Very good. Oh, welcome, 8-Bit Bishop. Yeah. So, yeah, Nesticle was when I first looked into emulation, and so it's definitely an early one, but definitely an important milestone in NES emulators. And in fact, just a little bit ago, I wanted to confirm this, but you can play BattleKit in this, and it does work amazingly. This is a screenshot from version 2.0, which is the Famicom version. The sound is a little wonky on it, but yeah. Screw tack. So, but you're always too busy. Ah, interesting. Yeah, Screw Attack, they definitely got behind the first game. The second one, not quite so much, but you know, it is what it is. So, hang on a sec here. This desktop is acting screwy on me. But anyway, yeah. So, with Nesticle, though, of course, it was my introduction to NES emulation on the PC, but not so much this, but I used to play games like Mega Man on that. And one of the cool things with Nesticle was that, I'm going to switch views here, is that it actually came with some interesting debug tools in it. And if what we're looking at here is a screenshot of Mega Man, and it had this little pattern viewer, or where you could actually edit the graphics in the game. And so you can see here as I modified Mega Man's sprite to not have a face on it. I'm like, oh, that is so cool. You can modify the graphics. And certain games, you could even save the ROM and, you know, keep your graphic changes. In Mega Man's case, that was one of the ones you could save. Games that use RAM, however, you cannot save because that's actually read from a different part of the ROM. What do we say here? You wanted me to let them play it, but no go. Yeah, I don't remember that. Yeah. Interesting. Interesting. But anyway, so yeah, I'm going to continue with this. So, but yeah, one thing you could do though, like I said, you can modify the graphics. And so eventually, I don't have the actual original game, but I modified Mega Man Sprite to look something like this, which is kind of silly. But yeah, I made him into a Cyclops. So, MacFest 11, interesting. Oh, hey, Charlie Colesaw. It's good to see you. Yeah, we're talking some development here right now. We're looking at a little. I was using Nesticle to modify some sprites, and I made Mega Man look like this atrocious thing that you see on screen here. So, but anyway, yeah, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. All right. So, but yeah, doing that though. Eventually, I'm gonna reopen my thing here. I did modify Mega Man 1 though using some tools like YYCHR. Did I have a screenshot of that? Oh well, it's okay. I'll open up what I did come up with. It's just a simple little graphics hack here. And you can see 1999 where it says Bomb Man. So why Bomb Man? At the time, I really don't know, but it's actually Mega Man, and clone down here is because I'm going to click Cut Man now. And you look in this though, kind of looks like Bob Man as Mega Man. And this actually really taught me a little bit about NES, how NES graphics work, and then how the sprites work and all that stuff. So it was really cool. And not only that, you know, the colors were changed, so I learned about palettes, and certain text changed as well, so I learned about tile editing. So the game itself is though just Mega Man 1, just with a simple graphics hack. But yeah, this little project was pretty good for getting started with some NES hacking, I should say. So I'm gonna shut that off here. But yeah, it was cool. So I'm gonna open another game here. So later on, there were some tools that came out for more specifically Mega Man 2. And let's open this here. And the had a very simple editor. And what I wound up creating was this game, The Adventures of Base 2. And so it's a full-blown Mega Man 2 ROM hack. Came out in 2001. So this one also has lots of color edits. And the bad guy is Dr. Light. But the editor was actually really cool in that I was able to edit all the stages. So the architecture is this is definitely a different Metal Man stage. I didn't go like some of the Mega Man hacks do today, where they go real big, where they edit the music, they edit all the graphics, they even edit the enemy AI. But yeah, back then though, these simple tools were definitely educational with how some of these games worked. So play this, and yeah, even the little 1-up sprite is there. So yeah, that was pretty cool. And then later on, there was a tool. I'll just show again. I'm going to show this stuff briefly. There's an incomplete one where I did yeah, this really incomplete title screen here. Adventures of Base 3. The only problem with this one is that certain parts of the game are not editable, which is why I eventually abandoned it. But maybe Top Man is a good one. Another cool one with this is that you could actually edit the scrolling of the stage, because Top Man stage would normally start with the right, but this one you can actually start going up. So even just editing like little things like that was a lot of fun. Looks like he's got a little cowboy hat or something. Welcome, Simon K116. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, this was just a sprite that came up with way back in 1999. Capcom has since made an actual 8-bit base sprite in, I think, from what was it, Mega Man 10. But yeah. This one, though, again, like I said, was incomplete and also has these early hacks have some pretty wonky level design where there's some parts where damage just is unavoidable. One of the cool parts about Mega Man 3, if we can get away... Wow, what am I doing? One of the cool things about Mega Man 3 is you also had Rush, which replaced with the trebles right here. So yeah. But anyway, that's yeah, the second ROM hack I did. And actually around that time too, let me close this. I'm gonna put up the gallery here again. Anyone happen to remember this website? vgmusic.com. So back in, when we had our really limited internet, not the broadband like we would have today, it was common for people to make MIDI files. And that's, I submitted a lot of MIDI files to this site where Mega Man was the main game that I made MIDIs for, but I did make some other games as well. And the site is actually still up, so if you want to search it, you can find some of the stuff that I did in there. And also around this time, I was playing around with Flash. So I actually made this little game here. It's unfortunately, I don't have a version of it you can play anymore, but this is a game called Diamonds. And Diamonds was a game kind of like Breakout, where the ball is constantly moving vertically, but you can control the horizontal movements. And the goal of the game is to hit the various colored blocks. And so in this case, the ball is light blue, so you can hit the light blue blocks. And there are little paint brushes where you can touch them, you change colors, then you can hit the other bricks. And when you get all the bricks, then the diamond blocks become, I guess, hittable would be the word. And then when you destroy the diamonds, then you clear the stage. So this game, though, was originally a game on the Macintosh computer, and then I just made my own Flash version of it. I do have another screenshot here where obviously this is a much easier stage. This is a much more difficult stage with all the skull blocks. The skull blocks will kill you, and of course you run out of lives, the game ends. VG Music was the only way you could get soundtrack. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And there's definitely a lot of talented people on there. I know some people even went on to have careers in game composition. So that was really, a really important site. Also, hello, Sakanako. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, good old VG Music. I'll talk a little bit about some more hacks, and then we'll get into the actual NES development. So another series that I really liked was the Lolo series. So I don't know if there are any Lolo fans in the chat here, but around the 2004, you can even see here I'm using the Sivak logo with that font. I made this game called Challenging Lolo. So we'll let this play up here. Kind of snarky with the text in this game, but whatever. Yeah, it's much harder than the original Lolo, as the name would imply. Actually might... Wow, just barely, okay. So this guy, you want to push into the water. Yep, just barely. And yeah, that's the first stage, and I did all 50 levels in this one. And another one I also did was a little bit later was Challenging Lolo 2. That's kind of a weird Sivak logo here. And same kind of thing. Wow, 2006. I thought it was a little earlier than that, but no, 2006. Interesting. So yeah, even this was pretty complex, and I saw some videos of people even playing this, and yeah, even they got pretty frustrated by some of the stuff that I had you do on this. But yeah, so all this yeah was about game development and all that good stuff. So that's pretty much the pre NES dev days. So how do we actually get into NES development? Well, I'm going to put it up on screen here. So in 2007, this game, which is called Sudoku, came out. And when I saw that you could actually put an NES game on a cart, I'm like, that's really cool. And the game itself is, as you'd expect, a Sudoku game. So like, all right, that's pretty cool. And it just so happened at that very time, I was actually going back to school, and it just so happened that very semester I had a class in assembly programming. In this case, it was x86 assembly, but the general concepts of assembly were there. And also around that time, there were these tutorials, which are called Nerdy Nights, that came out. And with those, you could learn how to make an NES game. So I'm like, all right, cool. So I want to try that myself. So what I came up with for my first program, and notice I say the word program, not really game, it's actually something like this. So you can see it's just a simple palette tester, but it taught me how to do things like, how do you write a background? How do you write colors? How do you change certain parts of the background? You wouldn't really be able to tell, but that little viewing, those numbers down there are actually sprites. So how do you actually put sprites in certain positions of the screen? How do you handle inputs? You press up or down and you can change the colors. This little sound is just something I was tinkering with for the sound registers. But yeah, just this little program took maybe a few days to come up with, but the fact that I was able to do this little project gave me confidence to actually try making a game. So I'm going to show this to you right now. Where are you? Sorry, I just have to keep opening files here. And so, here it is. And there you go. This was before I called myself Sivak Games. Sivak Presents. So this little game here is a game called Geminim, which was developed in the end of 2007 and then later finished in early 2008. And the game itself is a version of the game Nim, which is you can select gems from a certain row, and when you so you can say first, second, this case when it was second, so you can select how many, and the person who winds up taking the last gem from the row wins. So in this case, I'm going to win. And there is a way you can always win. It's a very math-based game. 3, 4, 6, 3, or 3, 3, 4, 5, 2. So yeah, the most challenging part of this, though, was making the AI. But yeah, this took about maybe 2 months or so to develop, off and on, because I was going to work and going to school at that time. But yeah. And then after this, let me open it here. There was a slightly more learn about Nim because it's a bonus game, the Game Boy Turtles game. Oh, interesting, yeah. Yeah, the place, I actually saw it. I don't know if the site is still up, but it was made by an Australian guy. And it was a Flash game called Pearls Before Swine. If you search for it, you might even be able to find videos on YouTube. And has this very arrogant guy who you play against, but when you beat him, he gets a funny face. So Anonym from 24 games, Windows 95. Interesting. Yeah, it's when you understand the math behind it though, you can always win the game. It's just it's you just need to convert each row to binary. Like yeah, and I hope this makes sense when I explain it. So like if you have a row of 3 and a row of 4, you have to think of those numbers in binary, where 3 is 1 1, 4 is 1 0 0. And so to win the game, you have to make like each digit of the binary in each row add up to an even number. So if you change the 4 to a 3, that's 1 1 and 1 1, and therefore 1 plus 1 is 2, and 1 plus 1 is again 2, and that makes it so you always win. There's a whole written proof about that, I think on Wikipedia or something, but if you do it enough times, it makes sense. Yeah, just me kind of visualizing like that. I don't know if it made so much sense, but yeah, it is always solvable, and that was the whole AI part of the game. But anyway, let's look at the second game that I did, which is a clone of the Simon Says, or Simond, which is a play on the word diamond. So again, you just repeat the pattern. So down, right, down, right, left, down, right, left, left. And it speeds up after a while. But anyway, you get the general idea behind it, so I'm going to intentionally lose here. If you run out of time, actually, you can also lose. So, and yeah, there are even a few options on this, like tones only, as you don't actually see the pattern. It just does it like it says, only the sounds. Oh wow, I even had PAL support for this. Interesting. I don't remember that. But yeah, even things like customizing the game was something new for me as well. So yeah, those were the first 2 games that I did though. And let's pull it up screen here. So the actual cartridge looks something like this, where I combined the 2 games into one because it was kind of a tall order expecting someone to buy a card of just Nim or a card of just Simon. So, but even this though, they're just simple games. But yeah, a few people did get it. So if you happen to be one of them, thank you very much. But yeah, after this though, it came time to try something a bit more complicated. So, and that actually will be the next game, which was this one called Mystic Pillars. So this is actually a clone of Columns. Have you ever homebrewed for the Atari? No, I did not. Just the NES. There was a point where I thought it would be kind of cool to do Super NES, but that never happened. You always like the cartridge shells? Yeah. Those were good quality stuff, definitely. I just love the colors of them as well. But yeah, let's start this up here. So this is, as you'd expect from the game, Columns for the Sega. And one of the big things about this is I actually got a new music engine, so you could have music and sound effects at the same time. The old games, you couldn't actually do that. It could be either music or sound effects, but not at the same time. But yeah, I knew that if I was going to make something bigger and better, I needed to have that as a feature. And I did do the music for this as well. I guess it's okay music. But yeah, this one did a little bit better than the other games, or rather, like it was a bit more popular because, I think people could actually play this for a good amount of time. Yeah, even games like this, though, you can get on, I remember way back in high school, you'd get games like this on your calculator, but these days you'd get it on your phone. But yeah, let's maybe get to 100 blocks and then we'll intentionally lose. Even this though, I would even, play this from time to time, just for a little break from development when I got into the Battle Kit development. All right, yeah, that's enough. But eventually, you get the magic jewel, which will clear the one color from the playfield. But yeah, anyway, let's close that. And pull it up on screen here. And yeah, that's what the card looked like. So kind of simple, but it is what it is. It's columns. So anyway, yeah, let's turn that off here. So now let's talk actual Battle Kid developments. So in 2008, later in the year, so after Mystic Pillars came out. By the way, I think I had some data here. Let me find this here. Where was it? So yeah, the palette tester was in fall of 2007, Geminim, and early January 2008, Simon around April 2008. The 2-in-1 cart release was June 24th, 2008, and then Mystic Pillars, I don't have the specific date, but it was around October 2008. Oh, hello, Abio Hiccups. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Have I been to TGS? Is that Tokyo Game Show? Or is that a different meaning? But either way, the answer is no. There was a time in 2012 when I visited Screw Attack in Tokyo when they went to TGS, but I myself did not go to it. No. But anyway, going back into the schedule here. So yeah, Battle Kid started in around October 2008, and I got a first functional game engine on October 13th, 2008. Prior to that, though, what I'll show a few screenshots here is, so what you're kind of looking at here is the first thing that I needed to come up with was some kind of level format. Need a drink here. So but I knew that I wanted a HUD in the game, so I figured 16 by 12 was a good size. So it looked kind of like this, where I had some tiles, and then each tile would have the graphics, and then later I smoothed it out. Oops, here we go. And actually, this, according to the screenshot, this was an erroneous, like it didn't work as intended, but this did work as intended, where you had something like this, and then a little bit later, it's starting to look like a room. And then a little bit later than that, we have a character appearing in the room. And originally, yeah, the Timmy sprite was blue, kind of like an I Want to Be the Guy. And I really didn't know quite what I was going to do with him at this point. And then we'll show one more here, where this is what happens when you go into a room which is not defined, something that looks like this. So yeah, that was always fun during development, having these little glitchy things happen. But yeah, so let's show some old betas of the game. So like I said, the first engine was on October 13th, and then the day after that, October 14th, 2008, we have, let's see, old builds, something that looks like this. So I'll grab my controller here. So you can kind of see, and this music, by the way, is Monty on the Run, which was from I Want to Be the Guy, and of course, originally Monty on the Run itself. So I made a little remix of this. It's nowhere to be found in the game data anymore, though. But yeah, I got him to actually move around. He's not actually animated at this point yet, other than being able to flip left and right. Jumping is a little wonky at this point, and the spikes don't actually hurt you. But one other thing, though, is you can't actually change rooms by touching them, or touching the edge of the screen. So the way you do that in this very early one is you press the B button, and that'll change to the next room in sequence, and his position will stay the same. So yeah, I was still figuring out how to do, you know, preventing him from moving into the walls and, you know, having the walls stop you and what have you. If you actually drop down here, it kind of looks like Mario, where he's, you know, running in front of the HUD here. So that was always amusing to me. Oh wow, and even that... Let's do that again. The reason why this happens is I think right now it thinks that his position is one row higher because of we overlapped to the left. We overlapped the left side of the screen. Yeah, it thinks his position is different. Interesting. There we go. That's more correct. This, I think, was that screenshot I showed you earlier, this little room here where he was down there. Yeah, and that's that starting room. Now that I'm missing this, I should probably record and upload this little remix I did of Monty on the Run. It actually does go on for quite a bit. But yeah, that was the first build of the game. So, let's stop that. And let's go a few days later. So that was October 14th, then October 16th. Yeah, sorry I have to navigate to the folder every time I open a game on this. Old build. So October 16th, we have something. So he has a jump sound, and he has this, it's that Mega Man landing sound effect. Jump is a little, it's not quite there yet, but it's getting there. And he's also animated a bit more. You can kind of see his, it's kind of hard, it might not show up well on stream, but his feet do move around a little bit. And yeah, I even have the teleporter music in place at this point, and early version of the save room, and an early version of the waterfall temple. The screen and the screen transitions are a bit longer in this as well, but yeah, just this little demo. Oh, hey, here's that Columns remix that I did, but didn't wind up using in the game because it's not my sound. But yeah, the demos typically went like this, just, you know, some game engine and then some sort of ending room like this. The spikes got used and the background got used. The X and diamond blocks, of course, never got used in the final game. So yeah, that was the second one. The next one, so, you know, we're progressing little by little. Next one, though, where is it? 4 days later. So October 20th. We had double jump, so some items are now implemented into the game. And it's a very jittery walk animation. I don't know if it's going to show up. And the music, we actually have this music in the game now. So yeah. I think down here, yeah, the water doesn't actually work yet. So yeah, the game engine, you know, slowly but surely is getting there. Yeah, even like stuff like this I had visualized at the beginning, doing these sort of double jump, floaty double jumps. So you gotta tap very lightly to get in here. because I'm pretty sure you can die in this version, but I just want to see if I can get to the end first. Wow, this goes on for quite a while. This really goes on for quite a while. I thought this was a little bit shorter. And yeah, that was the end of the demo, so kind of the ideas of how we would make stages. Obviously, I wouldn't do any sort of, you know, spike-only thing like this. But can you die in this? Let's find out. Yes, you can. And his head just falls off like that. I remember that silly animation. And you press, actually you press B to continue. Interesting. But okay. Well, favorite song in the game? Yeah, thanks very much for saying that. Yeah, it's one of the older songs that I had from 2002. Skybase was also from 2002, so I guess 2002 was a good year for music. Anyway, so that's that. Let's do a few more demos here, and then we'll get into some real gameplay. What am I doing here? Yeah, I wish I would remember the last folder I was in. I have to navigate to the folder every single time on this. Yeah, let's go to October 25th, so another 5 days. You can hear this little sound is like I have shooting in my mind, but you can't actually shoot yet. But this one has some enemies in the game. So we got the balls, and there's a better walking animation now too. It's not the final animation in the game, but this is what it looks like at this point. And let's see what else was in here. Get that. You can pause. It says you can pause the game. It doesn't actually darken the screen. And you can actually save. We don't have the stars in place yet, but you can save, and it does work. Yeah, it's a good thing I didn't have that hitting the walls. That little beep, by the way, is a preliminary hit detection, but it doesn't actually kill you at this point. So yeah, something like that was the next progress. So moving on, November 11th. November 4th, not November 11th, November 4th. So this is going to be the last of the really early production builds. So November 4th, we can actually shoot in the game now. The balls don't actually die yet, and they just beep you still. And what else did I write for the notes on this? Oh yeah, it's more or less the final control. I'm sure I tweaked it a little bit. And also at this point, water does work, or rather, it's an early idea where I was going to actually have it more like a swimming sort of thing. Kind of like Mario. You can even maybe hear the sound effects where he's swimming, but in the end, I think it's probably better that I didn't go with something like this. Because, yeah, this is very wonky, and the control is very awkward. So eventually I just went Mega Man style with the high jump. But yeah, there you go. So that's, you know, the early production of the game. Now let's move into a little bit later production. So that was November. Let's actually go to January of the following year. Where are you? So January 11th. Wow. So it's about 2-month gap there. So now the game is starting to look a bit more like the final game. He's walking, he's green, he shoots. Originally he was going to have like a house in the game. So a couch that's way, way, way too big for him, and this random plant. I don't know what I was thinking at the time. But yeah, this is starting to look familiar other than the actual ground tiles. And you can shoot enemies. Yeah, nice place. He just has a couch and a plants, and his head falls off when lemons hit him. Yeah, one thing, his head actually moves around a bit, but I don't know if you can really see this on screen here, but if you look at the very, very bottom of his head, that part is colored this light green color, and that has to do with the sprite attributes. So the reason why I took out the head bobbing animation was because of to have his head do that bobbing, it it had the potential for like this very, very subtle sprite flicker, because I would have to move his head 1 pixel down, and it would have been very, at the time, it probably would have been tricky for me to actually animate that, and that's ultimately why I didn't go with it. But wow, I'm doing pretty badly in this build. But yeah, let's see what else do we have here. First area, enemies can kill. Yeah, let's try to go just a little further. Sorry, I'm going to try this one more time, and then we'll move on. Yeah, eventually I had the lemons have this little power up. But yeah, this is looking normal. This is looking... I guess I was thinking... I think with this room, what I was thinking is you would have a preview of an alternate passage, and that's why this room was like this in the final game. This passage never came to be, and as such, the room is just, you know, a bunch of rocks with this 2x3, or sorry, 3x2 area here. Interesting, though. The eye guys don't actually shoot us yet, but the idea is there. Yeah, so... But alright, that was, you know, we have the first area more or less started and in place here. Let's I'm gonna do two more, and then we're gonna just talk final game here. So that was that. Next build is in March. It's from March 20th. March 20th, March 20th. Here we go. So this is something that this also is in the final game if you use a debug password, but it's a preliminary debugger where you can turn things on. So at this point I had the keys and some of the bosses in place. And then the starting room, there isn't really much info in here, but oh, the skybase, interesting. So yeah, there was, can I get up there? Can I get up there? Yep, the I am Haxor password. Yeah, it's also things like this. Yeah, I was gonna have something up there originally, but as you can see, it's not in place yet. So the game just crashes. But yeah, this was something I gave to people and then to test, and then of course I had more details in the test notes, but yeah. So yeah, eye guys are shooting now. Yeah. Things are coming into play. And then I'm going to show the very last beta that I had. There are, of course, other ones, but I don't want to be going on about this forever, so. So this is, you know, looking kind of like the final game here. No sound effects here. Password takes you to the debug, which didn't stop the music. But yeah, let's go to the very last area. So we had up to this point, Z is made. So yeah, from like October to July, a majority of the game got made. Even Z should behave like he, well. And yeah, your password is not yet programmed, because that's very true. That didn't come into play until I was sure I had all the flags in place. But okay. Those were some old betas of the game, so they kind of gave, and I hopefully gave some idea of the production process. Eventually, though, you know, came up to a prototype version. So let me close this. I had a prototype cart made up around December time. So if anyone happened to go to MagFest 8, I also showed that, and this is what the cart looked like. So it had just this simple black and white label, and that text that's written on that is actually information about the passwords. And yeah, when I got this in my hands, it was really surreal to actually play that on a real NES. And in fact, I'm happy that I took a picture. You can see, good old NES has this. If the game isn't connected properly, it can glitch out like that. So yeah, that was But yeah, I showed this off at MagFest 8. I do have some photos from that as well. Yeah, maybe I'll show the photos later. But yeah, that was the prototype version. And then the version 1.0 came out in February 22nd, 2010. And then the version 1.1 came out, I want to say a few months later. So I'm just going to get on camera here. One sec here. And I'm going to just show off the carts. One sec here. So unlike the other games, I actually brought some of these with me to Japan. So next time I'm in the US, I'll have to get the other older stuff. But yeah, 1.1 had this kind of simpler version of the label art. And then, or sorry, 1.0, not 1.1. This is 1.1, has the finished artwork. And actually, even though before those, there was this, which is the special edition in a case. There were only 33 of these made, but yeah, if I ever redo the physical version, though, it would be something to do. And then you can kind of see on the side here, we're 1 out of 33. So that was that. But all right. That was the production process of the game and a little bit of the game itself. So, are we ready to actually see the game? Version 1.1. 33, not so much. I think what happened, because I did that with some of the games, with all the games, I made these special versions, and I think what I was going to do was 30, but eventually, not eventually, but there was some mistake, and I had to up it to 33. So, the double digits seemed like a cool way to go, and then we stuck with that from that point on. But all right. Let us do this. And I did prepare some notes as well for this, so that way I can remember certain aspects of the game. But yeah, let's open version 1.1 and go from there. Here we go. So I'll let the intro cutscene play out a little here. So these cutscenes got added later into the production of the game. And what we're seeing here is a super mech. And originally, the final boss fight was going to have that forward-facing version of it. And here's the title screen, version 1.1, May 10th. So I'm guessing, I think it was in June when we did the re-release of this. Actually, I'll explain the reason why we did the re-release, because there might be some people who aren't familiar with this, so I'm going to switch over to version 1.0 here real quick, which I don't think has been seen for quite a while. So version 1.0, skip this. January 10th, has a very significant glitch in it, so... And that glitch involves the text boxes. So if you open one of these kind of text boxes like this and pause the game at the same time, you notice that the text box opens, but the game is still paused. So the screen is darkened like this. So what does that mean? And what happens in this version, you're actually invincible. And the reason for that being is, due to the way I programmed it, is there's this flag where the game is paused, and that flag does not turn off. So when that flag is turned on, certain parts of the game code get skipped, and one part of that is, the actual death. So you can actually, you can go through lemons, you can even go through spikes. But if you pause the game, then the flag gets turned on and this happens. I think the game should behave like normal now. Yeah. But yeah, this it was just a significant glitch, so I fixed that. And also, one other small thing I did was I fixed the font, and on the screen you can see your password. The letter D and the letter O looked very similar to each other. In fact, I'll open the password screen. And also the letters U and V were very similar, so I redrew those for version 1.1. So let's reopen the version 1.1. Because yeah, hopefully here the actual letters were a lot more easier to discern. The only other thing that maybe the number 8 and the letter B, but those would have been just maybe a little trickier to do, so I left them. But anyway, all right, let's start the main game here. Now I will say that I probably could do this, but in the interest of the stream and the fact that I haven't played version 1.1 in a very long time, I'm going to stick with the Infinite Continues. I did rewatch my playthrough of this, and there was a lot of stuff that I definitely didn't remember, so that's why I have the notes open on the side here. So let's start. So yeah, 1 week later after the intro cutscene, the little this text does go pretty quickly, I must say. In the Famicom version, it definitely got slowed down, but our doctor character, Tina Byers, is the name Tina comes from Final Fantasy VI, the character Terra, because that's one of my favorite games, and Byers comes from the X-Files Lone Gunman character, which was one of my favorite TV shows, so I just kind of combined the two of those as two references. And then Timmy, his name is a play on Tiny Tim from A Christmas Carol. So, also, this game did not use a lowercase font. It probably would have been possible, but the cutscene engine wasn't really optimized back then. Battlekit 2 has a much, much more optimized cutscene engine. And on easy difficulty, if you were to look at this, this would be in pink, not green. Because I wanted to have some kind of easy mode, they call it on TV tropes, easy mode mockery. Sorry. Other parts of this, it is going to be coming up here, but the transport ship, there's a point where I thought it might have been funny if the transport ship was also pink if you were on easy, but nah, just make Timmy be pink, it's fine. Timmy flies his, stealthy pink transport ship. This cutscene art has all been reworked in the Famicom re-release to match Battlekit 2's. So, yep, just our simple story. Timmy, there's a super mech out there and you need to take care of it by yourself, because why not? And then, yeah, a little inspiration from Metroid there with the ship facing forward. Although he just jumps out of the ship instead of kind of rises out. Anyway, you cannot trigger the glitch in this version. Teleporter. And then the hint computer is the reference to October 8th, 2013. So 2008, 10, 13 would be the way you would read the version number there. So I kind of wanted some way of guiding the player if he or she got stuck. This is what I came up with at the time. I mean, that's also why Teleporter A is there, so you could come back here and get some hints. And there are hints for a lot of the events in the game, but I'm not going to be coming back to show those. Anyway. So as we said, even though the game production started with the Waterfall Temple, wanted something a bit simpler here. And we have this rocky area. BKOS, BattleKit OS. BattleKit operating system. Yeah, just that simple. Yeah, this whole first area was reworked quite a bit in the Famicom version, so I myself haven't played this in a few years, actually. But okay. See how much of this I do remember. Fall down straight here. I'm also playing with the dog bone controller. I like the feel of it a lot more than the standard square NES controller. Yeah. Need a drink here. So, in the Famicom version, the save rooms also do not have this music like this. One sec here. All right, so yeah, this is where we kind of started getting into the Metrovania-ish sort of way things, but you can see the branching paths, although there's only one path you can go. This room coming up here definitely needed some refactoring in the, because yeah, these one space wide gaps are not great. In the Famicom version, it is 2 spaces. If you're against a wall like this, the 1 space gaps are fine, but in the middle, it's hard to position yourself, so something in retrospect that I figured out. This room. I think over there, the ceiling was a little lower, and it was easier to hit your head with. That's more of a frustration factor than a difficulty factor. And there's quite a lot of that in the game where like certain things were technically possible, but yeah, just get it so it's hard but not ridiculous or frustrating. So this in retrospect was probably a bad idea. In the Famicom version, there's just a wall here because yeah, in the end, you never really do reuse this backtracking path here. Going. Let's see here. And I know that you can outrun the bullets, but I'm just going to be extra safe on this. I want to see how I can die as few times as possible. The absolute best run that I've ever done with this game is 4. Yeah, this... I forgot about this. Yeah, this one is tricky. Yep. That's one of the reasons why that got redone in the Famicom version. Oh, wow. It's a good thing I chose normal. Sure, if I practice this, I could do the very hard again, but... There we go. And this, if you miss that, you can just reset the room like that. Oh. What am I doing? Well, I've already hit 4, so we're definitely probably not going to tie our record. It's also been a while since I've used the dog phone controller. So, I know. I'll get it. Yeah, in the Famicom version, these are actually turrets instead of lemon droppers. Okay, we made it, finally. So our good old first boss here. Later on, I might show some concepts that we had for this, but yeah, this was originally a lot harder. It had higher hit points, faster thorns. Oops. Sorry. Let's try that again. It had higher hit points, faster thorns, and got nerfed a lot. But yeah, the safe way to do this is just to kind of keep going back and forth on the platforms like this. You actually can stay on the platform and slide between the thorns. Oh, really? I guess I thought maybe I had the kill there, but I guess not. All right, you know what? Let's you know, I know that's why that's throwing me off. The Famicom version is in a different order than this, that's why. I'm so used to playing that version. All right. That's what things do to you. You get so used to one version, you forget about the old version. Alright, just get the kill this time. There we go. I think in retrospect, it probably would have been best to have the game do like a soft save. Like maybe look at where your last checkpoint is, but then also give you the boss flag. Yeah, we don't need to open Teleporter B at this point. So within the fortress here, since I knew the game was going to be Fortress of Peril, yeah, I just like the idea of having kind of two big areas and then the various sub... You know what? I think you can just run past all that. That's what I get for talking. Like two big areas and then the various sub-areas. But unlike Battle Kit 2, I kind of just made a lot of this stuff up as I went along. Like, I knew I wanted the waterfall area. I knew that I wanted the Fortress of Peril, the Amethyst Caves. Just kind of the positioning of things is what I really made up as I went along. I remember these brick graphics in the background. I like the main, like these up top of here. Had a much simpler design, and I think you might have even seen that in some of the screenshots earlier, but yeah, they got redrawn into the texture that they have now. Really? Wow. Try that. Oops, what am I doing? There we go. Things are slowly but surely coming back to me. Fortress of Apparel? Yeah. I mean, it, you know, has that same wordplay as Peril. These guys... In Battle Kit 2, they can move even faster if I want them to. Yeah, certain things are coming back to me. Oh, the flame cannons. The way they were programmed, I think I had to make them shoot at the same time. I probably could have, you know, made it more complex. And also the fireballs are not animated, just one frame. And yeah, I remember this limitation of the game engine. So in one room, you could only have 3 enemies. So that's why there's always exactly 3 of these. I couldn't have more than that. That was just a limitation that seemed easiest to do at the time. But in retrospect, I wish I had more. Let's see. Battle Kit 2 does not have that restriction, nor does the Famicom re-release. Battle Kit 2 actually, in theory, I think lets you go up to 16, but... Oh, what am I doing? Maybe Battle Kit 2 only lets you go up to 8. Can't remember right now. Because, yeah, 16 would be kind of ridiculous. Especially given the fact that enemy projectiles have shared memory with the enemies, so enemies wouldn't be able to shoot like they're doing now if you had 16 enemies. Oh. That's right, those are reversed in the Famicom version. Teleporter C, this is where you would, if you wanted to do the Gauntlet of Evil, you would come to here as the shortcut. Yeah, these guys, kind of our dry bones of the game. In the future versions, they can actually move on walls and ceilings. In this, they can only move on the floor. So the sky base, someone said earlier that they like this music, so thank you very much for that. This was written in 2002 and then ported to the NES. Yeah, these fans also, if you're to the right of the fan, doesn't matter where you are relative to it. If you're right of the hitbox, it always blows you to whichever direction it's facing. Playing on easy mode mocks you by giving you a pink suit. Yes, it does. Even for the cutscenes, I had to make sure wherever the word green was used, it got replaced with pink. There we go. The song is also quite a bit longer than other area songs of the game. Oops. Oh. Yeah. Just gotta get into a rhythm with those guys. Whenever you have an eye guy, it's always, and if it's possible, it's always best to just get up right next to the, and shoot like this. Because you can attack from here, but if you do this when the eye is open, you have a much larger window for attack. Because the shot will pass over your head, and wow. I guess it didn't matter. Oh. Yeah, I knew that was going to get me too. Wow, what am I doing? There we go. That's what we did. These are actually based on the slope. So there's kind of like a diagonal line, an invisible diagonal line that is, that actually triggers these. In the Famicom version, it's more based on your actual horizontal or vertical position. 30-day video game challenge going around Twitter 2022. Oh, nice. Well, thank you very much for that. That's right. As I said, it's been a few years since I've played this, so I don't necessarily remember all of the optimal solutions for the rooms. That's right. This room, yeah. So attacking from here is the best. I know some people will actually get onto this platform, but it's kind of awkward with the Razor drone there. Is that NES version 1.1? You mean like the version of this game? Yes, this is version 1.1. So the original 2010 version. I'll be doing the Famicom version on the next stream next week. Today's going to be a lot of the old stuff. So. Oh, I really don't remember this. I should probably actually watch the patterns, you know? So it's 2, 3... This one I know you have to be quick. And not that early though. The overall appearance of this was kind of loosely based on Airman and Crashman from Mega Man 2. In that, you know, you got the blue skies, but also the kind of gold, like Crashman has the gold. And then as you progress through the stage, it gets darker. Yeah. Okay. Because yeah, these patterns are different on the Famicom. That's why I'm really analyzing these. That closes the thing at the right. Yep. And then here, jump from up there. Yeah, some people jump from down low there, which I think it's just barely possible, but it's better to jump from the little cubby up there. Yeah, and earlier we kind of showed it, but there was that opening up there where there was going to maybe be some secret that didn't work out. So anyway, the Owlbot boss 2 has the turret detection box bug, where no matter what, it's slightly offset to the right, so the turret will never actually shoot you. And I left that in the game. Famicom version has a much better version of that fight, though. So, oops. And in this room, yes, this should have said, you know, shoot 1 blocks to destroy them, instead of just this vague message, because people try to jump on this or whatever, and inadvertently they found the secret area here. So the hints for this, which is really vague and I don't know, the room itself is this green color, but this it was just way too vague in retrospect, but people figured it, I mean, found this anyway, so it didn't really matter. But basically this is backwards tiles. Like, these tiles are a backwards version of this, but even that I think would have been too vague for someone to actually figure out the actual intent and meaning of it. But whatever, people did find it, so I'm happy. I don't think I'm going to go through the Gauntlet of Evil, at least not in this run tonight, because that'll take quite a bit of time. And then here... Yeah, I found it by accident, exactly. So, but it's good, people did find it. Secret area is super hard. Yeah, absolutely. Gives you double damage, yeah. Yeah, in future versions of the game, easy mode gives you hit points, so which is much better than double damage. But it's what I came up with at the time. Yeah. After seeing, you know, plenty of people play and getting lots of feedback after the fact, I definitely learned a lot about good and bad things about development. So for anyone who's given me feedback, you know, thank you very much. It's much appreciated. Let's see, what else did we have here? So I'm just kind of going through some notes here. Yeah. Yeah, I already talked about that. All right, yeah, I guess just continue. Yeah, some of the things I remembered about, they're just, well, whatever. They're just written later in the notes, but that's fine. Oh yeah, the 3 slime room. You're talking about this, yeah. Yeah, it's just part of the gimmick is just remember. You have to remember their hit points. So when they're down to 1, you know, 1, 2, 3, 1, and then 1, and then you're home free. So it comes into play the other spots. Oh, jeez. Wow, what am I doing? You know, one thing I realized, I should have started the play timer on this. Oh well, we'll start it super late. So can add about an hour to that playtime. I always forget to put the play timer on when I play games on stream. What am I doing? Really, what am I doing? It's kind of weird seeing this original version of the walkback section here. In the Famicom version, it actually has a blue background. That room, man. Here, let this go. 2. That's also bringing back another... now I remember, yeah. Your hitbox in this game, in the future games, he actually has 2 hitboxes. There's one for the terrain, and then one for actually interacting with enemies. And the one for the terrain is 14 by 14. The one for enemies is 12 by 12. So it's like, you know, 1 pixel less on all sides. That's probably what I'm thinking of when I'm getting hit here, because I'm so used to that smaller hitbox. So it's probably things that I'm thinking should be possible, but just are not possible. The game engine wasn't quite there yet. Ooh, jeez. Hello, ours Mega 8. Welcome on in. Thank you very much for your support. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, we're playing version 1.1 here. And I was saying a while ago, it's been... You know, what am I doing, really? It's been a few years since I've actually played version 1.1, because I'm so used to the Famicom. There we go. Version 2.0. No. Alright, we're home free. This was the second hint for the Gauntlet of Evil. Like, maybe players would get it in their mind, like, why is there, you know, an opening up here? So, but, I don't know. These guys, the burly goblins, the only enemy who doesn't actually appear in the original manual of the game due to an oversight. Yeah, take 10 hits to kill, too. This room, if you're very precise, you can jump on, like, the edge of the block and skip this guy, but it's very tricky. There we go. Races with Duck Fist and Infested Ricci. Oh, nice. Yeah, it's really humbling people race this game. Well, I mean, if you found the hint the intended way, then, you know, that's good. I mean, I think most people find by accident... Or sorry, most people probably find on game facts at this point. Other people find by accident, and maybe the very few will actually find, you know, the intended way. So if you're part of the very few, then good on you. Oops. Yeah, I think this coming up surprised a lot of players in that it's not fireballs, it's eye flies. There we go. Yeah, even rooms like this, you know, just... And then coming up here is a good example of why you never want to rush into a room, because that fireball will get you if you rush. I mean, sometimes you can rush, but it's generally a good idea to observe your surroundings. I know, yeah. It's... I will have an announcement of some stuff that's going on in the second stream, but I will also upload it to YouTube if you can't make the second stream, so... It's not the third game, but it is... Oh, it's good news, we'll just say that. Let's see here. So, yeah, going down to the passage here. Yeah, one thing, and it was certainly possible to do. instead of having this animation on the water like this, it would have been better to have the actual brick graphics have a sort of blue tint to them, which I do in the Famicom version. So, because yeah, down here it's just, you know, plain blue, which isn't terrible, but still, I think it's cleaner to have the actual background rather than that. And then also the, yeah, the position of that timer. I mean, it works, but it's kind of ugly. And that's one of the reasons why it got taken out for future games, because it just wasn't really adding much to the game. Yeah, though if I were to do this again, probably having some sort of sprite indicator in the top right would have been the best. Anyway, the clams. Their bullets, a kind of weird spread shot. It's not bad, but I guess if it looked more parabolic, like more of a parabola shape, it would have been better, but whatever, it worked. On version 2.0. What do you mean by a Futurama meme? Oh, wait. That's right. Go this way. This is safe. That was not safe. Oh, man. You know what? Ah, I see. See, what am I doing? I don't even know. Yeah. Yeah. There's a reason why this room was reworked. For those of you who are interested, the reworking of this, by the way, is at the very right of this pit, there's another glass block, so you can drop down, shoot the guy, land on the glass block, jump back, and then use the second glass block to proceed. Rather than just having the one block here. Yeah. You know what? Even though it's a bit of a simplification, let's just be safe, because again, I am so out of practice on this version. There we go. We were on that side. Wow. I think, yeah, I definitely would have failed very hard. I probably would have failed the hard run, actually, by this point. But I have certainly done them before. Oh, you like the... Yeah, like something like that, maybe for a special stage would be fine. But just the main game, not so much. Because, you know, you want people to actually beat the main game. Special stages, you know, that extra challenge. Yeah, newer games. So it's the thing, like, I think having hard is fine, but, like, or rather, being easy is fine, but if you have that, you know, hard version for the people who want it, then you give players, you know, the best of both worlds, in my opinion. There we go. we go. Okay, so the path back. This I know you can just walk across. Yep. One sec here. Obstacle is fair on like yeah, because I want to be the guy. That's the. I do have the I want to be the guy creator's blessing with this game, by the way. Yeah, but yeah, he really liked the game, and he got one of those limited versions. What was I going to say? The concept of that I really liked. You know, you have the little guy and then the puzzle rooms, but just, you know, the unforeseeable stuff is, I mean, you know that going into it, so that's fine, but for just a normal game, though, you know, I just like having the actual, you know, challenge be with the, you know, the game, not, you know, the unforeseeable stuff. Yeah, I know about the bots. You know, at some point, if I, you know, start streaming more regularly, I'll get something set up for that. But for the moment, it's, you know, it is what it is. So I'll delete the messages when I can. Anyway, thanks for the great game comments. I appreciate it. This room has something that, I mean, you can see it coming, but it's just not good design in my opinion. And I'm thinking about this in retrospect. You're directly in the line of fire. The only time something like that would really come into play is if you have an enemy that could aim directly at you. But even then, I would put enough of a delay for you to be able to see that enemy. Like here, you know, you walk into the room, and the turret's going to start shooting at you, but you might not necessarily know what's coming out of that turret. And I guess in this case, it's far enough away, but still. It's just that kind of part of game design that, you know, I eventually learned a bit more about. So, but anyway. Yeah, even that did fire kind of quickly. You know what? Yeah, I think I will take your advice here. Or yeah, it's okay. Yeah, whatever. I'm just not gonna bother with it. Never mind. Let's continue. Yeah, if something sees it coming, you're gonna see it. Stuttering Craig, yeah, Screw Attack was very supportive of this at the time. So I definitely appreciated that. That actually made the trailer. Oh, you don't jump, really? Trailer's the only YouTube video I have that has like over 300,000 views. It's like, holy crap. That just happens more or less overnight. It's like, you have a few views, then you have 80,000, then you're well over 100,000. Like, what is going on? Ah, you know, that just reminds me, I forgot. For this playthrough, I meant to actually play the trailer. Oh well, maybe we can watch the trailer afterwards. Oops, no. Here, you know what? Reset. That's another part of the game. You can always reset if need be. There we go. So first and foremost... not here. Rather... Yeah. Get the teleporter. Now save. Okay. Color coding turrets reach spawn. The only problem with that is then you start running into issues with tiles. Like, well, like here, the turrets are background. So, what do you have for background? Well, you have red, you have gray, and you have blue. Probably I would have, in retrospect, I should have made the turrets be the blue color. But, if you wanted to have other hazards in the room, then the turret's color would change. That would change the hazard color as well. So, yeah. You got to sleep. Yeah, I think, yeah, it's that side of the world. But anyway, yeah, thanks for coming in. I'll definitely post a video. I may split this up too, so it's easier to view the various parts of this, like have the talking development part and then the Battle Kit 1 part and so forth. But anyway, thanks for coming in. Anyway, the portrait room here, just kind of inspired from Super Metroid, where it has those statues that they don't break, but the eye breaks and then they turn gray. So that's what I was going for with this. And I want to be the guy, I guess, that does something similar with the castle. It has the ghosts of the boss. But yeah, if you want to, you can actually die in this room, but I don't necessarily want to die. So, anyway, hello, Mr. PUBG. Thank you very much for coming in. Hope you're doing well tonight. We're playing version 1.1 of Battle Kid, and I'm losing my voice. I'll have to get some more water in a bit here. Anyway, Hall of the Colormancers. An idea, like I had like the color mage in my mind. So hang on, let's. Yeah, that is tricky. Wow. So I just like the idea of the color mage, and then I eventually called it color mancer. Let's see here. But yeah, this whole area, it did used to be even harder than it was. These orbit drone enemies, I mean, it looks okay, but later on, I came up with more accurate math to simulate the circular movement. So these just kind of use fixed values for their movements. And again, it looks okay, but having correct math is always best if you can. Wow. Having your good old sines and cosines corresponding to a value. Oh geez, what am I doing? I did it right the first time too. Wow, those move a lot faster than I remember. Alright, now I remember how to do that in a room. As I said earlier in the stream, it's been quite a few years since I've practiced this version. There we go. Yes, there is a lookup table. So, like for example, if in the future games, there would be like 0 degrees. And being an 8-bit architecture, it also assumes that the circle is 256 degrees instead of 360, because 360 is a big number, which requires 2 bytes. And yeah, it just does the math that way. So, we're advancing, such an amount of degrees, and then, position at that distance, then more degrees, position at that distance, and so on. jeez. Alright. This room. That's right. Thankfully, these guys don't have the best of AIs. They can just shoot them behind. Alright, let's move on. Wow. You can't hear the spike room. Oh, wow. Yeah, that is, That is something... Hang on a sec here. Yeah, that's something I, in retrospect, probably take for granted. That, you know, like discerning, you know, telling colors apart and, yeah, being able to hear the sounds. Yeah. The only way I could even think to fix that, or, you know, make that more accessible, would be, you know, some kind of visual indicator, like a sprite or something. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That totally, just went over my head. Because, yeah, it's really amazing to me how... Yeah. What was I going to say? Oh, Jesus Christ. People with, you know, disability can still manage to play games. Kind of going off topic, but yeah, as a web developer, I always I found out about making websites more accessible to people too, who might use screen readers. Because some sites out there will actually do things like set the font size rather than respecting the user's font size settings, which is actually a bad practice. So when I found out about that, like any sites I made since that point, always try to use the units that are relative to the user's units rather than just, you know, some arbitrary pixel units. Oh. I thought I killed the guy. Wow, I'm not even watching the screen. Shimmer the spike palettes? Yeah, it could be a way to do it. Okay, this time, wow, that almost got me too. All right, let's do this. Yeah, the walls could, these little blocks that I'm standing on. Yeah, that would be kind of flashy, like the spikes kind of blinked in and out. And not only that, I mean, that is also kind of defeating the purpose of this, where you know, you have to remember where to stand. Hang on. Okay, yeah, I wanted to get through section 1 because that is a long section. Hmm. Yeah, that could be another way to do it. I don't know if, well, when we get to the next psych room, we'll maybe talk about maybe some of the challenges of that. Because, like, you could have, you know, the actual wall itself, like, you know, here, these yellow walls. That could maybe be, like, a subtle animation with that. But yeah, I agree, though. Yeah. This sort of accessibility is definitely not the fault of the player. Yeah, speaking of accessibility too, like with these guys in the later version, their projectile actually has a little appearing animation before it comes at you, which was actually throwing me off a little earlier in this. I don't know why I put a snail here, because that's like really off theme. Wait. Okay. Same with the eye guy. It's kind of off theme, but whatever. There. Can probably jump over this guy, but I'm gonna play it safe. This room. Yeah, just bypass everything. This room you just want to go. I remember that. Okay. Alright, section 2 wasn't too bad. Section 3, on the other hand... Remember section 3, this room, this little block that I'm standing on right now was not here. You had to figure out how to drop between these guys, and it was very awkward. So in retrospect, I'm happy I deleted that. In the Famicom version, this room isn't even here at all. So, shimmering spikes only work when visible. Now I think, yeah. So like, okay, like maybe think about it. You know, we got the purple and we got the blue, which turns to a gray color. We could maybe put something, you know, I would probably think like the purple. Maybe have something inside the architecture so you can just see the timer. Because the whole palette shimmering might be kind of distracting. Because, you know, like, for example, this light part of the border here, that could, I don't know. It's something that would just need testing with an actual player to see how they feel about it. What are we doing? jeez. I remember this room in particular. Some people thought that the 2 block actually held something, which I don't know why. The main point is just to prevent you from being able to shoot the 1 block from the right side. So, probably in future versions we should have like a, a no shoot block, so no matter what, you can never shoot the block. I know in this room, if you are incredibly fast, you can climb those stairs in 1 pass of the spikes without 2, but you have to really be hitting the A button and making your mark every time. Yes. Alright, section 3, first try. It's like, why is some of the easier stuff, not first try, but some of the really hard stuff is first try? Anyway, everybody's favorite boss, so... rotating enemies are drones, yeah, they're robotic. They're called orbit drones. So... Oh yeah, that's right, she hops twice in the Famicom version. So yeah, this boss, wow. I do have to get used to this again. There we go. Yeah, wow. Gotta get used to this timing again. It's been a while. But the main law of this, kind of going back to the topic of, people who might have some, impairments, would just be the fact that some people have difficulty seeing certain colors. Ah, jeez. And so to remedy that in the Famicom version, the actual tiles in the background actually flash when they change. So like, the pink moon, purple moon, pink sun, green star, and what have you. Man. Just for the record, the names of all of these are purple moon, pink sun, green star, blue spinner, red diamond, and yellow lightning. Kind of sounds like a deadly version of Lucky Charms. Ah, that should have had it. Ah. I think that's the first time we've seen lightning. Oh, geez, I didn't even need to jump there. Man. I did so well that one time, too. Hmm. All right, there we go. Maybe 10, 12 tries or so, but I'd say not too bad, given that I haven't played it in so long. But yeah, that's kind of a lesson in why I should have more progressive game boss difficulty. But yeah, when I do the family conversion next week, you can see the significantly nerfed version of that boss. But anyway, we got the Featherfall, so we can proceed to the Waterfall Temple. Actually, did I uncover this? Well, I did now, so there we go. Yeah, that is one thing. There's no indicator for the teleporters up top. Oh, jeez, what am I doing? There we go. Well, let's see here. Any notes? That's what we're going to talk about. All right, let's just go. So here is first instance of our kind of feathery squeeze between spikes. Remember this room, that spike ceiling was 1 unit lower. So yeah, I would hit my head on there enough times that like, okay, we can raise that. So yeah, just those little subtle changes can make something be less frustrating. Also, yeah, these where you kind of inch yourself. Yeah, it's obviously doable, but it's maybe not the best in design, in my opinion. In retrospect, I should say. Also, I'll come back into this. No, I guess I'm coming back anyway. Yes, I did that so well the first time. Again. There we go. Certain colors can also clash a little bit, which again is like here you can see the guy, but I know for some people maybe this shade of purple maybe might come off as blue for some people. But I mean, I guess once the eye opens, you can see him. This room, I remember these spike walls were also 1 unit taller. So, yeah. Much more awkward to jump over them. This also was even wider than it was. I think, so instead of 4 spikes on the top, there were 5. So it was 1 unit wider. Also, this is another case where future games definitely rectify this, you know, which way do we go? Well, the save is up, so. And that's actually indicated by the stars, but here there's nothing, so. I guess the player, though, would probably figure out if I go this way, then yeah, that looks kind of long, so maybe I should try going up. So. Also, yeah, that's something. Not the greatest of things. Have the spike like immediately right there. But yeah, those are robotic orbit drones, as was asked earlier. It's one of the few instances where you can conveniently kill one of those guys. Ah, yeah, this was also a bad design, which I definitely rectified. Having those spikes while you're holding down the jump button. Because too many people hit their head on those spikes, so you'll be happy to know that in version 2.0 there is solid bricks underneath those. And it didn't matter anyway, wow. Yeah, I guess I didn't mention, but yeah, baiting the clams is best when you can do so. Didn't jump. Guess we don't need to kill these guys, actually. Spikes in water. Peanut butter and jelly, always better together. Yeah. I do like me some peanut butter and jelly. In Japan, peanut butter is actually fairly expensive, though. It's like 500 yen for a little jar. Alright, so we got that. Now on to the Waterfall Temple, which we saw a lot of during the demos. Oh. See, I like how this evolved into this kind of look. Like before, it was just those caves. Like, yeah, we don't need caves all over the place. We can have, you know, different things. And in retrospect, this was also kind of bad design where someone might think, oh, I can go around here, which you can do, but it doesn't actually accomplish anything. So, yeah. The way this gets rectified in the future game is this is actually key 2. So. Ah, jeez. It's like when I lose focus there, stuff like that happens. There we go. But yeah, yeah, this was the first area planned. I didn't think I really did much with those old rafts until it was actually time to put this into the game. So once the map reached this point. But waterfall looks good. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I do like the way it came out. And the palette animation was just the right set of colors. You take a game like Mario 2, uses the white and blue, but just the 2 color. And I guess it does work, but I think 3 colors is better. Ah! I know I have to land on that. Not like that. Not like that. There we go. Like that. Alright, that was good section 1. Section 2. Yeah, so I think we talked a little earlier, but yeah, this song was also written in 2002. We talked about the old vgmusic.com website earlier, so I remember uploading the original MIDI version of this there way back when. I do have a recording for the intended version of how the MIDI was supposed to sound. When I hopefully get a website, one of these days I'll put it back up there again. Someone also did a guitar version of this song. Alright, this room, can we just go? Yeah. This room, it's kind of a safer way to do it is take out this guy, hate this guy, and then go. You can speedrun it, of course, but I'm trying to do safe strats, because same with the guitar version of the tower. And the tower... I mean, yeah, the MIDI is probably still out there. When you say the tower, you mean like this waterfall tower? Is that what you're talking about? jeez. Oh, did I trap myself? I did not. Thank you. Oh yeah, the sky base. Yeah, that's out. Yeah, that was also posted in MIDI as well. Yep, those were MIDIs, and then I recorded them with the desired sound fonts, and then uploaded the MP3 at some point. Anyway, this room, take out this guy, bait this guy, and go. This room, gotta do that. This room. There we go. This room we will do. Get the frog to go away and bait the... Okay. Yep. There we go. And then final room is that. Yeah. Just a brief float and then take off your feather fall while you're falling. Hello, Kevin. Thank you very much for coming in. Thanks for the comments. Hope you're doing well tonight or whatever time it is where you are. This boss, yeah. So originally for this area, what was I going to say? We weren't going to have this, but it was going to be kind of like a starfish wizard. So I've got some concept art, which I'll show after I beat the game. Yeah, and the starfish wizard, that sprite eventually became the starfish stalker sprite that you find in the subterranean sea area later. Well, I'm getting very few hits in. But yeah, it's just a patternated boss. Oh well, we'll just do this slowly but surely. I remember there's a faster way to do this, but I just don't remember how to do it at this point. But yeah, once you know the pattern, this is actually quite simple. This boss got a buff in the version 2.0. Those eye shots, it's kind of, it doesn't look like a really good arc, actually. It's because doing the bullets, which move at an angle, was not, how should I say, I didn't use the best of math for those, so that's why it has sort of an awkward look. We kind of talked about it earlier, but bullets that move at an angle also have a kind of lookup table. We're getting there. Oh, jeez. Oh, that almost... I forgot it was the second shot. 1, 2. There we go. Yeah, this, like I said, this boss got a buff and is much more interesting in the Famicom version, so... We'll be playing it next week, so... You can see all the fun changes that have been made to this. Anyway, yeah, after the boss, you don't need to save. You can just drop down and then save down here. There are no enemies along the way. Anyway, now that we have our infinite oxygen, we can go. Oh. In reality, though, it probably would have been the best to have the way to get out of here. Like, not be this lower area. But, oh well, it is what it is. Like, just reposition us. Also, I don't know if you can see it, but in the wall there's actually a little mistake with the architecture. It's like a little corner slit, like above this spikes and one unit to the right. Those do occasionally happen, because the architecture is done manually, so... Oops, no. That's right, bait this. And bait this, then no. How do we do this? How do we do this? Bait this. Oh yeah, like this. Yeah, I like to leave the room and kill the frog that way. Feels like a more reliable way to get past him. Same thing here, get rid of this guy. And go. And we're home free. So, if you were kind of unfortunate enough to not get teleporter B? Yeah, teleporter B. Or sorry, teleporter 2 in this case. You'd have some backtracking to do. So now we're going to the subterranean sea. So yeah, in this version, I'm probably doing this the long way. Now this version, that's right, this version, it's down here. Yeah, as, like, yeah, even the entrance to that changed, so at least now we can do this. That's right, it's down here. Or, no, it's down here. Yes, okay. I'm forgetting key 2. That's right. It's all coming back to me now, the sequence of things. Okay. That's right, we want to go get key 2. Can't believe I got ahead of myself like that. Wow. Yes, this was it, so... Overall, the kind of execution of this wasn't the greatest in retrospect, but whatever, it worked. Probably like the best thing to do would have just been to give the player both the infinite oxygen and key 2 at the same time. and then use key 2 to escape the waterfall temple. But oh well. Decisions. Oops. You like the water maze section? No. Thing is, though, it's not even really a maze, though. It just keeps you from being able to get to key 2 within 90 seconds. But whatever, it did what it had to do, and it wasn't like it was super duper long, so. Anyway, we're gonna head over to the subterranean sea now that we can actually enter it. Yeah, the water scenic routes, exactly. So yeah, going back to teleporter B was correct, just where I went from there was not correct. Also, yeah, I think I'll show this real quick. It's a small glitch with the clams, but if you look very closely, the clam is actually faces to the left. It always faces to the left. Instead of having and then it looks at you afterwards. But if you enter here, it's like, it kind of turns around. It's, yeah. The more we learn glitches. Oops. That's right, there are some enemies along the way. Oops, no, this is the way. Yep. All right. Subterranean sea. Yeah, this way. So these guys, they're not animated, and they move. Their arc is kind of jittery. And actually, if you stay in here long enough, they'll actually go off sync with the spawning. In later games, they always spawn at the same time. Ah. Yep. Gotta remember the safe spots. Oops. These enemies, split shot is, well, when I get to see another one, I'll talk about that. I remember the absolute best run I ever did of this game was I got to this room, and that was the first time I died. But yeah, up until that point, I was able to do it deathless. So yeah, and this isn't even the hardest room. But yeah, there's split shot is the horizontal speed is the same, but the, you know, since they're moving at an angle, the diagonal bullets should actually have a lesser horizontal speed. It's just at that time, doing those sort of angular bullets was just tricky math for me to get done on the 65-2. I mean, I learned how to do it in later games, but still. Like the music? Oh, thanks for that. That's right. Nope. Yeah, this song came later into the development. Some of the earlier songs, I know the Colormancer song was fairly early, as was, well, I think other than the 2002 songs, this and the Colormancer songs, the area songs were more or less written in order that they appear in the game. So one kind of unfortunate thing is I don't have specific dates for the songs. There we go. Although this room, again, just bait the guy to the one side. There originally used to be 2 clams in this room. And goes. And there's a thing with the clams is, I don't know if it'll show too well, but if you keep turning them around, it delays their shot. So the way to actually solve that room was to keep turning the one clam around so their shots got off sync, but that was too much for, I think, people to figure out, so. And speaking of doing poorly, speaking of doing very poorly, there we go. As I said, there we go. Also, yeah, this area, there's no, it's just a solid blue for the background. Yeah. 2.0 has some rocky textures. These enemies, yeah, just kind of imagine this head on a wizard's body, and that was a concept for the Waterfall Temple boss, but yeah, we won with this Sea Serpent later. And also, these guys have no animation. They just, the one frame. Yeah, both the fish and the starfish do not have animations. Just kind of ran out of tiles, so that was the reason why. I mean, I could have certainly loaded in some different tile sets, but I don't know. What am I doing? Geez, what am I doing? Yeah, these guys, you can kill them and they don't get utilized too much, but just kind of thinking like, you know, have some enemy that can tank the hits, but whatever. I mean, they get used a few times. They're also one of the few enemies that are actually bigger than 16 by 16 in this game. Most enemies are always exactly within that 16 by 16 sprite space. And as such, they needed a special, bigger death animation, like those bigger explosion, I should say. Whereas all other enemies use that smaller one. Later on in Battle Kit 2, when I made an actual animation engine, it became much easier to have various size enemies. or enemies of various size. Okay. One little note, like if you actually fall down here, you can't actually jump up back up. So that's why, like, oh wait, yeah, if someone misses their jump, they need this step here. Because otherwise you'd be forced into the boss with no context. So anyway, the seahorse turret boss, one of the few multi-part bosses in the game, or in the series, I should say. Jeez. Anyway, the general strat that I like is to get them all down to their cracked status, so at half health, and then just start picking off one by one. Ah. That was the worst timing, because got the kill right before he shot, which sped up his shot. Yep, and they always go counterclockwise, by the way. The one that starts is random, but after that, it's just one at a time, counterclockwise. Oh. As we take them off at the worst possible time. Although at the start of the fight, the one at the top left, I think that one always shoots first. And then from there, it randomizes. Oh my goodness, I have been rated. Redo PDX, thank you very much for the raid and welcome on in. This is my first time ever being rated on Twitch, so I am humbled. Thank you very much. Oh, there's the Timmy emotes. Nice, nice. Welcome on in. What were you streaming before then? Yeah, we're playing some Battle Kid Anniversary. Well, in to some extent, it actually could be called blind in that I haven't actually played this version for several years. I'm so used to the new re-release version. Alright, we got the side, so this should hopefully just be a matter of dodging and not getting hits, which is what the definition of dodging is. And I was redundantly redundant there. There we go. Some Sky Blazer for the SNES and piano. Oh, cool. I'm not familiar with Sky Blazer, but piano, what were you playing on piano? Like some game remixes, or yeah, what were you playing? All right, anyway, fifth boss is down. And so exiting through the, what do you call it? The subterranean sea here, you also can utilize the double jump in some spots to make it a little easier. You don't have to kill that fish, by the way, but I just like to do it to make that jump easier. Oh, nice. Video game. Yeah. Yeah, I used to play the piano myself, actually. I haven't played it since, though, junior high school, and that was a long time ago. I used to remember playing Moonlight Sonata, the first part of it. I could never play the part 2, and definitely not part 3, because those were very complex. But yeah, I loved playing the first part of Moonlight Sonata on piano. The main reason being is because it does not have a complicated left hand. Because I never took piano lessons, so I could only ever play simple songs on piano. But anyway, yeah, we're leaving the subterranean sea, heading to the Amethyst Caves afterwards. All right. Go down here. I wonder if the green in this room kind of played with some players' eyes. I don't know. Oh, is that Moon Lights number 5? Oh yeah, this room. Okay. It's coming back to me. Oh yeah, the third movement. Yeah, that is. You know, there was a time when I looked at the second movement and yeah, I just can't do the, hands at different speeds. Oh, yeah, Mega Man 2, Wily Castle. Yeah, yeah. I'm assuming you mean Wily Castle Part 1, not Part 2. Yeah, I think about Part 2. Part 2 might actually not be so bad. But Part 2 is not the most exciting of songs, in my opinion. Alright, so we got through that, and now we're into the Amethyst Caves. So, what can we say about this area? Here we go. Let's pull up some notes here. In the re-release, these blocks are actually slippery, but I didn't know how to program ice back then, so there you go. Let's see here. Some notes. I guess we'll get to talk about the stuff. Well, talk about the stuff later. Because it doesn't really apply to the first section. What am I doing? Don't play by ear. Yeah, we were kind of talking about vgmusic.com, the old MIDI websites. And I used to submit stuff to there. I don't have any Battle Kit stuff on there because I stopped making MIDIs kind of in the mid-2000s. But I don't know, it would be interesting if someone made arrangements of those. Yeah, anyway, this area, though, again, there's no background, which is kind of sloppy in my opinion. The new version does have a background. But, there are plenty of, even newer, like, later released NES games that had, solid black, so. This, yeah. Wait for the ball to hit the wall, then go. Okay. Simple room there. Bait this and go. Here you have that little indicator of where to stand with the blue block there. 3. I think if you're very, very precise, you can rush this, but I don't recommend it. This is... Ah! That room isn't even that tough. But yeah, play by ear is cool. I mean, I really envy people who can do that. Yeah, please ask whatever you want to ask. Been taking questions all stream. Whoa. As I stand in the wrong spots. 1, 2, 3. What was the insertion for the Colormancers? Well, for the actual boss, I just liked, you know, I wanted some kind of wizard, and I just liked the way Colormancer sounded. So I guess that was really, that was it. For the actual disappearing spike rooms, if you're talking about those areas. One sec here. I mean, the spikes do play with the NES palette, and the area itself really didn't have much in terms of gimmicks, so yeah. Oh yeah, Blinks at you and murders you, yeah. Yeah, I was having it took me a while even to do it, and I made the boss, but as I said, it's been a few years since I played this, so I'm definitely out of practice on version 1.1. There we go. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. Not far enough. Let's see here. Just being a little quiet here because I've there we go. Want to wait for them to be, I think, on the right side of the block. Too slow. There we go. Maybe it was under the block. No, should have just stopped. All right. It's going back to me. Wow, that was just barely. There we go, the correct solution. And this this room? Hang on, reset. Yep. Yeah, I put that little block there so you could press against and fall straight down. That used to not actually be there. That used to also be a spike, and that was a little too much for being the final room of this section. So anyway, section 3, which uses part of section 1. Oh, wait, did I screw myself? No, I didn't. Okay. Yeah, that's the correct solution. Here's a small I want to be the guy moment. If you go immediately, all right, section 3 was pretty much painless. Coming up here is Amethyst Angel. So I think the biggest flaw for this design-wise is the fact that there really aren't telegraphs. There's supposed to be like gem bomb is what the name of it is. The top of it really doesn't look like a gem in the sprite though. So yeah. But yeah, the flaw is there really aren't telegraphs, so you have to be sure you're in the air. Yeah. I don't stream enough to really, have the bot stuff set up, but it doesn't really happen that frequently, so if I'd start doing this more regularly, I'll get something more, I guess, professional set up, or just so that doesn't happen. Yeah, of course, don't click it. Ah, that was the attack I was talking about, the pincer attack. Yeah, in the new version of this, there's a sound cue for this, but probably should have been, though, a better visual cue. Wow. Actually, this boss is also one of the few instances where you can actually see a little bit of sprite flicker in the game. If she does the one where 7 gems come down from the ceiling at once. Because her body is also a sprite, and it's very, very brief, though. Because I was able to, I know what's coming, so I could eliminate sprite flicker as much as possible. But yep, if she's on the floor, attacks will come from the ceiling. If she's up high, attacks come from the sides. Anyway, that was it. That wasn't too bad, Amethyst Angel boss. This year, yeah, just if you want, it's I don't know. It could have been like a better, like a more subtle way of telling the player other than say, yeah, go check the computer. But oh well. Yeah, no, there was no sound cue for the telegraphs, at least not in this version. Anyway, let's go. Get key 4. Yep, all 6 bosses have been defeated. So we'll talk about a few things here. Probably should have gone to Teleporter 1, but whatever. Anyway, so jumping from here. You know, actually, this does kind of remind me of an old bug that was in the game. If you can actually exit the room and basically kind of diagonally, like both left and right at the same time, it would actually take you. So right now we're at 211. It would actually take you to 312, which was not intended. I wanted you to do one at a time. So, yeah. And there might have been like a potential to get to parts of the map you're not supposed to get to. But again, I fixed it so there's a priority check, so I think it does sides before vertical. But it could be vertical before sides. Anyway, here's that vague hint we talked about earlier in the sky base. Oh, founding key 4 without the hints? Yeah. I think there's a hint. Why did I do that again? There was a hint in this, though. But still, it's good people found it. Anyway, we're going to the inner fortress. Save our game, even though there's a save right at the beginning. I remember someone commented that this Cleo portrait looks all kind and friendly, but the fight was not the case. But yeah, it was cool to have these little portraits here. Anyway, let's go. You are locked out from leaving. I mean, there's not really a reason to leave here anyway, so. Anyway, this area. Just an overall gauntlet. You know, we have all the gimmicks. Every enemy appears at least once. Yeah, the limes, this is, they only appear twice in the game. Once on that tree and once here. Yep, you lose all your power-ups. Only, it's not a sequel, it's within the game. Wow. What are we doing? There we go. Trigger, and go. Alright, section 1, no deaths. That was nice. Section 2 is the hardest of the 3, in my opinion. architecture in this. One sec here. Let's finish this room. Or let's not finish this room. Okay. And wow. So say, so the reason, like out here, you can kind of see it's like a pipe texture for the floors, but here it's all these blocks. The reason being is because players will need some kind of way to count, like where to actually stand. And with the pipe, there's no dividing line, so it could be really awkward to position yourself. Oops. You can probably see it better in the next room. Like here wasn't so bad, but like up top here though, you know, how do we know exactly, you know, within these two blocks where to stand? Because if it was a pipe, you might be like, yeah, is that far enough? Is that far enough? But with the blocks, you can easily see, okay, between these two blocks, and we're good. Really? Oops. Get up there. Same thing here, like, how do we know exactly where the force spikes end? So. Yeah, that previous room, just get with the rhythm of the... That's all I can say about that room. Coming up here, I think it's Color Masters, yeah. No. And then, oh, not yet. Remember the final room has the spawners. Right? Yeah, here. Actually, take out these guys. And go. Okay. So yeah, that was section 2, section 3 then. Oh, that was kind of a bad choice to have the blue fish in the blue background. All right. Shoot. Nope. There we go. Just have to do them in that order. Oh yeah, someone asked earlier. Yeah, it doesn't quite look like a gem, I guess, but yeah, that's what it is supposed to be, like a gem bomb, and it just shoots like gem fragments when you destroy it. There we go. All right, section 3. That was, I guess, first try. Cool. So here's the little snarky line coming up here. That's right. Technically, you can go back, but nothing happens. Anyway, so this is basically section 4. Yeah, it's upside down. I forgot to say that. See, it's upside down, and checkpoint is also red, so something off about that. Anyway, so what was I going to say about this? It's kind of like section 4, but one very big section. In retrospect, I really hoped players made the assumption, 1 and then 2 with this, because you can go down to 2, and actually you can get to the high jump, or the high jump down there, and make it back if you do a trick on the spikes with the, but it's very, very, very tight. Sky shoot again. This room has 1, 2. Oops, no. Let us get into the rhythm. There. Okay. Oh wow, we're almost down to the wire here. That's what I get for talking too much. So even this one was a little tight. I forgot about that. I think the part where I lost probably too much time was the eye guys section. Well, see, now we're already 40 seconds. There we go. 30 seconds is a lot better than last time. It was like 15 last time or something. There we go. So there we go. That's 1. As always, be sure to save. Wow, what am I even doing? Wow, that's... I don't even know what to say. You know, I did this section so well and almost did it the very first time. Now we're going backwards. There we go. But let's see here. Yeah, it's this next room where these blocks are 1 unit apart, and you can jump to the block, but it's a very precise jump. And you have to do it like 3 times, so... But yeah, you can skip the item if you do it properly. Because you don't, not only have to do it here, but you have to do it going back as well. I think you can make it out with like 2 seconds to spare. Okay, this... If I want to go the reverse way to get out, here we can actually kill the guy. No, we're gonna destroy everything. Destroy, destroy, destroy! Okay. Wow, that could have been bad. Could have, but wasn't. Alright, now, this way. One thing about this final area is that it's always the same color, which, I don't know, I mean, it works, but maybe a change of color would have been nicer. Especially when you reach the second part. Wow. Oh, jeez. Yeah, I knew that was going to happen too. Wow. Man. There we go. That's right, just go. get the item. It is impossible to double jump and go that way. You have to go this way. This is a point in the game where you can actually use the double jump without the feather. Or whether, like, there's no option to use the feather, is what I wanted to say. All right. One more try. Okay, good. Yeah, we struggled with that one room, but the rest of it was fine. Alright, so final collection. Oops. Ah. I know you can do this, but... Ah, geez, we'll just do it the normal way, kill the ball. There. This room you just want to go. Forgot how fast they respawn. Oh, terrible! Also terrible. Should not be having this much trouble with the very first room. Okay. Just lining my eyes up here. Okay. Oh, geez, I forgot there's another room in this version. Oh. There we go. That's how we're doing that room from now on. I knew it was possible to get under there. Really? Wow. Okay. There we go. Just wait for these guys to face the right, and we should be fine. This room. This room, you just want to rush to get out. Okay. I'm doing this safely because this is the beginning. Or rather, the end. All right. End of the game, almost. So this boss, after the playthrough, I'll show some concepts of this, but originally he had some weirder designs. But ultimately, I do like how it came out. Oh wow, you're still doing this. A lot of the bosses have their randomizer so that they cannot draw the same attack twice in a row. This is a boss though where it can. I just kind of decide the randomization rules on a boss by boss basis. Oh, I almost had that the first try. I also remember when he jumps across the room, if he freezes time and he has 1 hit point left, and he happens to freeze one of your shots and runs into it, I remember originally there was a bug where time would not unfreeze, so I had to make a special case where, okay, if time is frozen, unfreeze it, if it's, the final hit. It's rare, but it is possible to do. Ah, I knew that was going to happen. I did that wrong. I haven't seen anything like it since. Yeah, I like the whole time stop, especially with the negative color. Because I see that in games where they do the negative color. So yeah, most time stop bosses I see, like you had Flashman and Mega Man 2 or Brightman, Mega Man 4. It's like they just stop time and then you're frozen and then they just run into you like, okay, well, there could be a better gimmick than that, couldn't there? Yep, and then, oh, we just remembered there's a plot in this game, so we have our bad guy there. So we can go ahead. This tile set, I actually use this a lot more in version 2.0. In fact, the second half of where you're recollecting the items uses this tile set. Well, this, not this, this. Yeah. Originally, I wanted to have like a very, very big icon in the background, but this didn't happen. Did I know Japan? The country is not. Yes. Yes, it's called Nihon. And Germany, it's called Deutschland. So, yep, it's an Anglicization. I don't know. Basically, we changed the names. So. There is a history behind why it's called Japan, although I cannot remember it off the top of my head right now. So this final boss, played around with some ideas. Like originally it was going to be in the center of the room, facing forward, you know, like those big boss. What would be a good comparison? Like Sigma from Mega Man X1, the final form of that. And then you have to hit the target in the top center of the room. But there were just way too many tiles to actually do that successfully. So this version of it came into play. Oops. I kind of wish the chest turret had a better telegraph to it. It just, you know, bullets just sort of kind of appear, so I'm always thinking, like, okay, is the chest gonna... Oh, really? And the boss takes 75 hits to defeat. Originally it had 90. So, when you talk about a battle of endurance, there you go. Oh. Also, one thing that's also rectified is that in the second version of this game, that little intro animation doesn't play every single time. It only plays the very first time. Although I do know in the boss rush of this, it does not play the intro animation, so I could have done it even back then, but I didn't do it. And rather than change colors, the whole cracking of the faceplate seemed like a cooler way to go. Should be 19 hits to go. 18 hits to go. 15. 13. 10. 8. 6. 4. Oh, even less. Good. Because I knew once, like I said, 70, maybe it's 72 hits. Oh well, it doesn't matter. But anyway, yes, we've completed the game. Thank you very much for the applause and the GGs. And we'll talk a little bit about this whole ending sequence here. Yes. That one room up there is automatic. The reason being is because the super mech does not get flagged as dead. So if you actually walk back to the left, you fight the super mech again. So this was, I think we saw something in the chat. One sec here. This was kind of meant to be like maybe the super mech would have had feet or something, and they would be down here. But now it's just an empty room. Yeah, nothing more to say than that. Also, this, yeah, this could have been done a lot better. Because like you see the 4 key, but like, oh, I can maybe go this way. And even if you have the 4 key and you go that way, you still get the bad ending. So we'll get the good ending though. But this is handled differently in the Famicom version. You can actually still get the good ending even without the 4 key. So it just takes some doing. Anyway, our bad guy here, Chet or Chester. He has a much cooler sprite in the new version, but originally we were going to have the idea that maybe he was Timmy's brother, but no, that just wasn't a thing. So this, he's just some sort of generic bad guy, though he gets a much larger role in the new version. So I know I keep saying the new version. I will play it next week, though. That little blue thing on the top of the dish tower is is a door that's supposed to open, and the ship comes out of it. That never happened in this game, but it does happen in the new version. Oh, the Ghostbusters. The little dashes and dots here are Morse code. So it spells out his name, Chet Donovan, although should have spelled out Chester Donovan. That's one thing I do in these games is use Morse code at certain points. It just, I don't know why I do it too. It's just something that seemed cool to do. Anyway, he's supposed to be strapped down to a table here. Yeah, the Battle Kit 2, though, uses a much better cutscene art than this version of the game. Yeah, that shot. But all right, so continue to work on Chet Donovan with the serum, eventually driving him into a state of madness. All Timmy could do was sit idly by in hopes that Chet would eventually give up the location of where his group had fled to. Only time will tell. Yeah, text is pretty fast in this version. Anyway, if you get the good ending, you get the enemy casting call here, the roll call. Oh, hello, Indai. Yeah, that's the end of Battle Kid 1. I'll be doing a Battle Kid 2 after this. We're going to do a little bit of talking development once this plays out. Gem Bomb and Goliath. Lotus Guardian without the leaves on it. All bots. But anyway, yeah, thanks for coming in. Hope you're doing well. So I know the playtime is showing like 2 hours and 13 minutes. I guess I can stop that. But I started late, so I guess I've been doing this for about 3 hours or so. Started about an hour late, so maybe 3 hours, 20 minutes, or whatever it is. It doesn't matter. Anyway, so yeah. So I'm the programmer, story writer, level designer, and then graphics are the main thing that I got help with. Larry Bundy doing the artwork there. I want to be the guy. Newer version has much more expanded credits since I've had a lot more people to thank since then. But anyway, let's see here. So the other passwords was it champion for the boss rush, Petunia X for the special stage, and I am Haxor with a 0 for that, for the debug mode. Anyway, let's Oh, it's past your bedtime? Well, thanks for watching. Yeah, and if you're gonna go to bed, have a good night. And this will be uploaded later on YouTube as well. So if you want to watch more of it, you can certainly do so. But I will do one exclusive to this version of the game, and that is SGC level. Yeah, this does not appear in the remake. So I'll do this now. So what this was meant to be was in July of 2010, they had the Screw Attack convention. And they had this sort of NES competition where they played some games and whoever did the best at the game would get a prize. And they started with Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, and I actually won that competition. I beat Pat the NES Punk by a half a second. But and I wound up getting some Nintendo DS game. I don't even remember what the game was. But, yeah, the Mike Tyson competition, too. There was a guy who, I guess he never played Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. So for the Glass Joe fight, it went to decision. And yet he still won by decision. So that was incredible. But yeah, the competition was, beat whoever can beat Glass Joe the fastest, and I won. But anyway, this stage, though, the competition was for whoever would clear the stage the fastest. So it's not really a, an incredible stage or anything like that. I wanted something simple. Yeah, you can find all the secret passes on those sites, of course. Okay, fan room. Spikes also have smiley faces on them. Oh, nice. Okay, that was it. Yeah, SGC level was meant to be a secret for the convention, but then I revealed it afterwards. But yeah, we'll let the title screen music play out here. What was I going to say? Oh, I was telling the story about Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. The guy who went to decision on Glass Joe in Mike Tyson's Punch-Out actually won the Battle Kid competition at SGC. So I guess platforming games must be his forte. So that was, yeah, pretty incredible, though. Oh, yeah, RIP SGC and Screw Attack, yeah. The last convention that I went to was 2014. They had a Screw Attack convention down there, and that was a lot of fun. But yeah, I have not been to a game convention since then. So it's been a while. But all right, so that's going to do it for Battle Kid 1. Let's close this. So I've been going on stream for about 4 hours here, so I need to definitely stretch my legs here and get some more water. So I'm going to cue up some music here. Let's see here. Where's my music player? There you are. Yeah, we're going to cue up some, I guess since we're doing Battle Kid 2, we'll cue up some Battle Kid 2 music. And I'm going to probably take about 5-10 minutes here. Yeah, just to stretch. So I'll be back with you in a bit, and we'll be doing some more talking developments. I'll show some unused material and some concepts from Battle Kid 1, and then some talking development about Battle Kid 2, and then actually play Battle Kid 2. So see you then. One moment. All right, so I've actually changed my desk to standing mode here, so that'll be a bit of a relaxing change of pace here. But anyway, change of views here. It's kind of at a weird angle there. You can kind of see my duck hunt stuff in the background there. But anyway, back from the break here, and welcome in. Isatar 98, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, we just finished Battle Kid 1, so we're going to go on to the second game in a little bit here, but let's kind of show our little thing tonight. So right now we're up to point number 4 here, which is talking development part 3. So Battle Kid 2 as well as some concepts for Battle Kid 1. So let's change views here. So yeah, so the game, I found some old photos here. This is actually from MagFest 8, which is a panel. It's like a short panel that I did, and I'm wearing, yeah, I'm wearing that strange D&D shirt there. It's not really the best of photos, so, but yeah. Here's one from, also from MagFest 8, where I had the prototype and people were playing the game. Oops, what am I doing here? And yeah, some more people were playing it on those TVs back then. Here's from MagFest 9, where I had the Battle Kid 2. It was a it was still a work in progress, I should say. So I only had the demo on my old laptop here. And this is actually another panel from MagFest 9, where I did it. The person to the right of me, his name is John, and he did an NES homebrew called Assimilates. And the entire panel is actually on my YouTube channel. It's a very old video, though. That was back when, what was it? When YouTube only allowed videos to be 10 minutes long. So it's split up into various parts. But anyway, yeah, those were just some old photos that I thought I'd share with this. Anyway, let's go and talk about some concepts. So we kind of showed earlier, like, during development, the game kind of looked like this, but in the glitch room. And then here's an old concept for the Lotus Guardian, where, what was it? So, like, there was some plants on the side, and I don't know. But this ultimately would not have been possible with, what was it? Oh, hey, we got some more people in chat here. Wow, hello to a lot of people here. Wow. Thank you all for coming in. Magnetic, Oe, Gus, Fabianx25, and Carlos Vida 92. Which prototype do you mean? The Battle Kid 1 or Battle Kid 2? Oh, really? I didn't get the raid notification. What the heck? Well, thanks. What the heck? The raid didn't even show up on here. What the heck? Why didn't that show up? Oh, there it is. I am so sorry. Fragnig, thanks for the raid. I must have missed that. I completely missed that. So my apologies about that. Anyway, hello everyone. Spanish community. Wow. Yeah, I think I've seen people in Mexico playing that as well. So it's cool that people from different countries get to enjoy the games. So I'm happy about that. The only localization that's ever been done, though, is Japanese. So maybe in the future we can get some different localizations for these. But anyway, yes, hello, welcome, Raiders. What were you all playing, if I may ask? Anyway, today's, I guess I'll show it on one more time. We're doing this kind of schedule today. Right now we're up to Talking Development Part 3. So just going to do some concepts of Battle Kid 1 and then some stuff for Battle Kid 2, and then we'll actually play Battle Kid 2. Played a lot of stuff today. Well, that's good. It's good to be varied. Yeah, so let's continue. So anyway, this was an old Lotus shot. And then originally this fight, we had some like mini, like maybe he was going to have like mini Lotuses. So something like look like this or this. But yeah, I don't know what I was thinking because it's just the first boss. We don't need all this stuff going on. You love the game, so thank you very much. Yeah. Yes. And again, welcome Raiders. I'm sorry I guess the sound was out of play. I don't know. But anyway, yeah. Welcome on in. Hope everyone's doing well. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, the Lotus, I mean, I guess it was meant to kind of look like the Lotus, but look more like a strange Venus flytrap. So I don't know. Anyway, these are also going to be more or less sequentially in how they appear in the game. Skybase, kind of an initial idea for the tile sets was something like that. Yes, I did see the fan game. We'll probably do that in the second stream, which will be next week. Yeah, I want to do like, old stuff before newer stuff. But yeah, the Skybase, and then also an early idea for the fireball turrets. Audrey the Second. What is Audrey the Second? I don't know. Here's an early concept of Owlbot, which was a much smaller boss, as you can see. And then later grew into the big boss like this, although the eye is different in that shot there. And the final fight obviously doesn't have spikes on the ground either. Here's an early idea for the seahorse turrets. Excuse me. And an early amethyst cave. Mainly the spikes. The area didn't really change much. The spikes, though, don't look like that in the final game. Ah, the little shop of horrors plant is called Audrey too. I see. Yeah. I'm sure it wasn't intended when the art was done, but it just, coincidence. And then another concept for Amethyst Caves was to have some lava in it as well, but that didn't become a thing. I think mainly we did this then. It would be a concern with colors and also animating that because, lava would not be static. No way. Going up here. Here's some concepts of Z. So you can see this definitely changed a bit over time. So like the first idea was to kind of give him some hair like Chrono from Chrono Trigger. But ultimately it wound up looking like a kind of a strange alien with it kind of almost looks like Weird Ed from Maniac Mansion. Like the face that is anyway. But then gradually it just, looked more and more like the final design. So that was it. And then here's the original idea for the super mech, where it would be the, in the background mostly. And then you'd have to, I guess, attack the two parts. But ultimately, it became it would have been just way too many tiles. So it got changed. But in the intro cutscene, you can see a part of this. So just the wires were taken out. This is where we're starting to get more of the final design. It doesn't have the hands in the final game. And then you can kind of see it shift over like this, where it was more of like the under construction sort of aspect of it. But ultimately, like these No, I mean, you know what it looks like, but just that those kind of things in the middle, like scaffolding, I guess you'd call it, is just not there. And then this is a sort of a production where when dealing with these large graphics and being concerned with tiles, it's very important to try to reuse as much as possible. So like these pink parts that you're seeing here, those are indicating where you have a basically a single color tile. And when you have that, you can just reuse that over and over and over again. So like the pink parts on the right are the dark blue, and then the lighter pink on the left is the light blue, and then the yellow is then also the black. So, you know, kind of looking at that, you know, eliminates some 30 tiles you have to use. And not only that, but, you know, doing these kind of visual guides is helpful for, what was I going to say? Yeah, it's helpful because you can see like, you know, or just like maybe 1 or 2 pixel, can we just tweak a pixel here or two and make this a solid color tile? And then that'll save you a tile. So save as much as possible is the thing. So yeah, that was the super mech, and then some unused enemies. So these aren't official names by any stretch of the means, but I have no idea where I would put the hopping monkey or the wall snake or the boomerang throwing goblin, but just some ideas. The bird, I guess, to some extent, could have fit in the sky base. And then on the bottom right, I talked about it during the Let's Play, but the starfish wizard was going to be the original waterfall temple boss, but that ultimately got changed to Nagakanda, the giant sea serpent. So that's some material from Battle Kid 1. Now let's go into some Battle Kid 2 production. So unlike the first game, I already, you know, I knew what to do. So it's just going to be a sort of a screenshot showcase where I'm happy that I did save these, but as I was doing it. So this is getting the room. So some data which represents the room. Pre-ordered the collector's edition 10 years. Oh, nice, nice. Hope you still have it and enjoy it. Thank you. I have some of my tracks. So this was what was it? Just the basic room data. So the numbers represent different tiles, and then later it looks like a real room. And then we got Timmy to appear in the room. Not sure what that's about. And then I knew that I wanted the new items, so I tested the wall grip, the ice blocks, so this game has ice in it, death, and also you can see the save room markers on the left. Those are not the final color, though. This is a more kind of comprehensive screenshot. Excuse me. And then what is this? Oh yeah, the first sludge. First instance of sludge in the game. Wow. Good. Lots and lots of enemies. So that was another tweak to the engine where the original game only allowed 3 enemies, whereas this allows, I think you can do up to 16, but most of the time it would never go above 8, and even 8 is too much. Save points working. Here's some early concept of the mountain base. So it pretty much, the rocks are a little simple in this, but it's kind of getting there. This is looking a little bit more like the mountain base in the final game. Just the wall, those kind of wall textures are different. This room actually is in the final game, just, with the different, the older textures. This was an alternate, a proposed alternate version of the colors, but ultimately, the final game has the gray. What was it? It has the gray on it with the blue background. All right, sorry, just checking something there. This was an early Haunted Shrine screenshots. I don't know if Matt is still here, but Matt helped drawing with the tile sets. Not this particular, or maybe it was this particular one, but I don't know. Well, in the final game, it looks different. This is the electric base, the power station, I guess. And some, okay, we're done with the areas, so some enemy content. So these got used in the game, just different roles. So I wasn't sure like what to make like the basic enemy. So up top is what wound up getting used. The middle obviously became the pickaxe chucks, and then the bottom became the slungy enemy, although the very bottom, they never have the eyebrows in the final game, I should say. This is a concept for the Nice Golem, where it was originally going to be a kind of a flying sprite enemy, but it just didn't work out, and it ultimately became the big static boss that it was. Oops, I lost the spot here. An early draft of Vertigrime, the sewer boss with red eyes, but they're ultimately green in the final game. So here we're getting really different. This was a early version of the Haunted Shrine boss, the Spectre, Hauntai Ramos, but it was just, again, an idea, but didn't go with this. This is closer to the final one, although there are some variations of the face in the bottom right there. But yeah, the top left is closest to the final game. And then even that boss, like this was an idea of the room where if he was going to be like in a certain sector of the room, like something would happen, but it just got way too complicated. And this is like a more refined version. This also has the Haunted Shrine tile sets in place, but yeah, just way too complicated. So the final boss is, well, when we play the game, we'll show the final boss. This was a draft of the Ice Cave boss, Misha, the penguin, with a very different kind of face on him. This is some early cutscene art for the two antagonists, Helga and Ivan. Here's another proposed one for Ivan with the skinnier look to him. This was actually done by Larry, I believe, for Helga for cutscene art, but again, didn't get used. This was also done by Matt. This version of the cutscene art, Helga, Ivan, and Timmy. But these portraits ultimately got replaced with newer cutscene art in the final version of the game. This I remember. This was a proposed sequence for the intro where Timmy is going to actually shoot the super mech, and there was like an entire animation where it kind of looks like 1, 2, 3. But this, though, would be way too hard to do on the actual NES. Because, man, I don't even know. And the fact is, it's such a very tiny, and fast sequence. So, yeah, it would have been too much. Here's a thing of Helga doing like a Mario sort of jump. And then here's like a proposed Helga attack. But again, this didn't get used. So, but yeah, those are just some Battle Kid 2 concepts. And that's the last of them. So there you go. But all right, just need to stretch here. I did showcase some old betas of Battle Kid 1, but in the case of Battle Kid 2, I think I pretty much talked about what I want to talk about. So there's not really much reason to show the old betas. Because I mean, did stuff change? Yeah, but unlike Battle Kid 1, it wasn't really a learning process of, actually, learning how to make a platformer game. So it was just a process of, getting things in order and then going from there. So that said, guess we can minimize some stuff here. Give me 1 second. All right. And let's open up our Battle Kid 2 notes. Before I forget, so I'm going to change my desk to a sitting mode now. So down we go. So the final Battle Kit 2 would normally be shrink wrapped like this. And this one actually came in a game box. So the adventure continues like that. Side of it. And then inside the box, at our Battle Kit 2 teal cartridge. So, yeah, I loved this color. But all right, let's try to put that away here carefully. Oops, get in there. All right, I guess I'll fix this later. And this label art was done by Metal Hanzo. So Larry did the first game, Metal Hanzo, or sorry, yeah, Larry did the first game, Metal Hanzo did this game's label artwork. All right, so let's just pull up here. And let's see here. We want to reset the timer. Thank you very much for the timer. Yeah, with the development book. Yeah, that book, I think it has some of the stuff that I showed as well. So, all right, close that one. Sorry, just setting up real quick here. And yep, we're ready to go. Okay. Now I just got to open the game. Here we go. So Battle Kid 2, first released December 15th, 2012. Cutscenes now have lowercase letters in the font, because I made a much more optimized cutscene engine. Here's that little sequence I showed earlier. Just has the more simple animation to it. Just need to resize some things here. Beating the game on unfair, yeah? Something not even I would do. So, good congratulations on that. But yeah, this is this shot of our bad guy Chester actually gets used in the newer Famicom version. So all of the cutscene art in this, not all of it, but you know, the general portraits get reused in that version. But yeah, this overall cutscene engine was a lot more versatile than the original games. All right, here we go. So yeah, it was compiled July 9th, but it didn't come out till 5 months later. It's just production problems for a while, I remember, unfortunately. But anyway, now again, I know I could do this, and I have done this, but in the interest of the stream, I'm gonna just be safe and do this. Oh, thank you for the comments about the music. Music writing, yeah, it's fun. It's a lot of fun to do. The cutscene engine also, you can advance the text at your leisure, which is another feature of this. And the communication unit, I'll talk about this when we get to the actual game. So, landing zone, you don't have much time, etc. So yeah, the whole map is also new to this. So you pause and you press select, you can view your map and your objective. The reason why I went with start, pausing, and selecting, it was easier to program. I did want to do select by itself, but I just kept running into issues with you know, the game state. Just, I don't know. Probably if I spent more time on it, I could have done it, but it is what it is. Anyway, so this little intro stage, it came much later into production. That's, but I wanted some kind of stage to ease players into the game. And there wouldn't really have been a way to do it with the current map, so I made this a separate area. The song was partly inspired by Ninja Gaiden 2, level 1. It's the little do-do-do-do, the sort of bass at the beginning. Here we have our aiming enemies. So this game actually has aiming bullets. So I was able to get the math for those to work more, how should I say, like, correctly in this game. They just use a lookup table and assume that the circle is 256 degrees instead of 360 degrees. So some approximations. You can't hear the game. Really? Okay. Is no one else able to hear the game? Because yeah, I see the sound going on OBS. I think. Huh. Yeah, a sec here. Because yeah, this is something I was doing with like the yeah, right here. Did you hear it going up, by the way? I changed the gain on that to a little bit higher. Yeah. Because I was worried, I've had complaints like in the past that, what is it? That sometimes the game is way too loud, so I thought I had balanced that a little bit better, but anyway. But yeah, the feedback is appreciated though. So. Game feeding codes enter unused areas. Yep, and they will indeed. So don't go where you're not intended. Yeah, of course the BK1 audio was low because I just now changed it. So all right, I guess I'll need to experiment even more with this. But anyway, our first cutscene here. One sec here. So our antagonist, Helga, stealing the stuff. We'll just finish this because, yeah, I wanted a simple fight. Again, easing players into the game. Happy Battle Key Anniversary. Thank you very much, Ireland of Endor. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. So, yeah, the idea is like she's, supposed to be stealing something and then, holding on to it makes the fight hard. So, that's what I came up with. But yeah. So the game, oh yeah, it's 5 days after the anniversary, but yeah. Because the anniversary was on a Tuesday, and I don't really have this much time on a Tuesday to be doing this. But thanks again very much for the comments. German text, yeah. So the font has some of those special letters in there. The umlaut, excuse me. Sorry, the umlaut letters are in the font. Anyway, she's saying, goodbye, Rotsnaza, goodbye, kid, snotty kid. Anyway, originally you had to walk out of the intro stage and then back to your ship to leave the intro stage, but I just, had it end there because that got some complaints. Do you have EverDrive? I do not know. I've kind of looked at some of those, what do you call them, clone systems or, ways of getting the hardware, but they're either expensive or you just can't get them anymore. Oh, what was it called? Analog. Yeah. Yeah, that's like $1,500 or something. These, and there's no guarantee that you can even get it either. So. Yeah, I do have some kind of USB dongle for the for systems that use the what do you call it? AV outputs, the red, yellow, and white. It's just kind of blurry, and also having all that stuff plugged in right now in my current situation is just not convenient to do, for lack of a better description. So yeah, if I do more streaming though, I'll probably do whatever I can play on PC. Be my choice. But anyway, let's continue. So we're just kind of talking about Super Mech, recapping it. So Showmech is a drag. Oh yeah, I forgot to talk about this in the Battle Kit. There are some Dragonlance references for like some of the names. So this is an anagram of Chemosh, which is one of the evil deities. In the original Battle Kit 1, the fortress Illikab is an anagram of Bakalai, which are evil lizard men from Dragonlance. The main reason why there's this Dragonlance stuff is my name, Sivak, also comes from Dragonlance, Sivak Draconian enemies. So there's some of that in this game. Analog NT, yeah, that's what it's called. Yeah, I've heard about the AVS. The main thing is, though, I'm here in Japan and I'd have to import it, so... I'd have to also like be playing on a more regular basis to really justify getting a new system. So anyway, our two antagonists, Helga Krafty. So Kraft is German for power. The IE kind of makes it like a cute sort of sound. And also it kind of looks like the word crafty in English, which is just, you know, a sort of side effect of that. So the two antagonists are actually inspired from Deus Ex, where you have Anna and Gunther. For anyone who's ever played those, just there, I reversed their nationalities in this. And then Ivan Mekanovich, he's the engineer, so he uses the machines to fight. Mekanovich is kind of like Mecha is machines and Ovich is like son, so like son of the machines is how I interpreted that. Anyway, the group is called the Vile Group. And here we go. So this this short sequence took a while to make, but yeah, I like how it came out. That little mountain that we saw in the cutscene is also on the cover artwork. And here we go again. So coordinates. Teleporters give you an indicator that you actually have activated them. So, what can we really say about the first area? I think overall, this felt a bit more balanced in terms of the difficulty progression. I mean, hopefully it came off that way to players. This room, these guys used to be triple gunners instead of single gunners. I remember that. Yeah, and in fact, the enemy was only a triple gunner for a long time until later it got changed to both the triple and single gunner possibility. Save rooms no longer interrupt the music. Yeah, this room you just press right and you can fall and skip that first part. A lot of times I don't really intend for those skips, they just happen and I find them, I just pretty much leave them there. Let's see. Go between these guys. Yeah, this is something I talked about earlier, like the color contrast is important. Ooh, that was close. Yeah, this was a fun song to write. This game also uses a newer version of the music engine. So the original game, wow, yeah. That's what I get for talking. The original game's music engine didn't support things like vibrato, whereas this one does. And also has a kind of like way to more easily compress the music. So that's nice for efficiency. Yeah, out of the 512 kilobytes, I think it just uses a little over half. It might have been like 280. I don't think it even crossed the 300 mark. So there's a lot of empty space in this game. The only problem is 256 was just not enough. Here's our first boss, the Nice Golem. Nice, G-N-E-I-S-S, is an actual type of rock. And there's also kind of a word play on the word nice, N-I-C-E. Originally, this was going to be called the Hornfels Golem. So, wow. This guy also used to originally shoot like 9 shots in the air. It's like shot, 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 but got simplified a whole lot. Alright, so not section, but the caves. And pickaxe chucks. Okay, pretty much the key is watch the line. Rather watch the line that their shot travels in. Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, I did what I could, but I think, going with a 512 board was only like an extra $1 or maybe $2 at the most, so yeah. And it was easy enough to reprogram. I mean, not only that, but it made for a much more organized program, which I know the players obviously don't see, but for me, that's, very good, very big. Because, you can certainly put data wherever you want it, but if you can do it in a sensible way, it's much better. So even now, like as a web developer, having that sort of clean code is very, very important, because you never know when you might go back to something. But anyway, not too much to really talk about. Conveyor belts are a new thing for this game. And getting the palette animation so you can see so you can actually see it rotating to the right. Took 3 frames to do. Most games would probably just use some sort of CHR graphic switching, but the hardware I use does not support that, so I had to resort to palettes. Okay. Remember, this room had 4 eye guys. And it stayed that way for a while until we got to the point where you might want to backtrack through here, and having that 4th one was just too many. The 4th one I think was on the ceiling, like right around up here or something. Okay. Yeah, doing much better with this game than I was with the previous. How do you do this one? No, good enough. Thought there was a safe spot, but that works too. I also have not played this game in a few years, so I may need to stop and analyze stuff at points. But yeah, even here, like you can see the water has an actual background texture to it instead of a solid color. Why am I fighting these guys? So up here you get a little tease of what's to come. Just slightly out of reach. And sludge, which program-wise behaves like water, just halves your speed is all. Then the wall grip, so getting the controls on this, I don't know, getting them to feel right took some time. The original setting, which you can actually do here, is if you're holding the A button, you could actually kind of climb the wall like this, but what I thought was better was, you know, even if you're holding the A button, you should just, so that we can quickly climb the walls. Anyway, I don't know. Hopefully players, you know, hopefully players liked it. That's what I wanted to say. Oh, let's see here. So was there a reason? Yeah. I don't know. I mean, at the time, you know, at the time it seemed like the simplest solution, I guess. And then just a lot of time passed between that point where, I don't know, I guess pursuing it didn't really seem viable, or, yeah. Yeah, it's really hard, because, yeah, the time, especially between the production of this and, we'll say, like, the production of the Famicom version, all I'll say is, like, personally, for me, it was not, like, the best of times, so I wasn't really interested in pursuing a whole lot of things, but, yeah, I'll just leave it at that. But no, I mean, it's a totally valid point. And in the next stream, I'm going to have an announcement. So, announcement hopefully people will really like. But I'm only going to tease it for today. If, however, you can't make the next stream, though, I will talk about it on YouTube as well, so next Sunday. Or Saturday, depending on where you are. Wow. Alright, yeah. Wow. Is there anything I really wanted to say about the sewer area? Yeah, I needed an area to use the sludge gimmick, so this is the area that it became. I mean, I do like how the tile set came out, you know, and I like the color scheme a lot. Return of Immortal Jellies. And they can actually climb on walls in this game. Why am I even attacking the guy on the screen who is not even accessible at this point? Yeah. Oh. Really? That so did not happen. I think I mentioned in the Battle Kid 1 playthrough, it has been a while since I've even used the NES controller, too. I know, I know. I wanted to make it as close to authentic as I could. A little more. In retrospective, I probably would not do the spikes like this today. I would probably have a black background and then something where they're more easily visible. I mean, I guess they're not bad in this case, but still. No real reason to obscure things like that. Come on. There we go. This room is just walk. Oh, yeah. I remember here. Let me get to the bottom. So originally, I think it was either the right wall. This was actually open, and this was going to be the entrance to the sewer shard. The reason why this ultimately got changed is because it's right in the middle of a section, and getting the shard, you still have to get to freedom afterwards. And not only that, you'd have to backtrack through like the entire sewers just to get here, so that I think was a good change in my opinion. Yeah, we're fine. Here, just go. Alright, so checkpoint 3, or rather section 3. Anything else about this? These guys, I didn't think much of these enemies at first, but I do love how they came out in the manual artwork, the Queeks rat shooting enemies. Originally, they also didn't, they were gonna maybe have like some kind of mohawk on their head, but just went with the normal rat head. One, two, three. I think I'm remembering strategies with this game a bit better because there's no remake of this game, so it's not like I'm remembering the newer version when in fact I'm playing the older version. I hope that made sense. this room. Oh, wow. As I talk. Oh, I thought I could do that. Never mind. You know, let's try that again. Yeah, you can do that. Two, three. There we go. Alright, so second boss, Vertigrime. Play on the word verdigris, which is a shade of green. So generally with bosses, you have to hit a point that's high up, but I like hitting a point that's down low as a nice contrast. Probably if I made this boss now, I'd have the little container under him also change color. The bosses, oh, yeah. I think now is, you know, we already had a game, so having some context, you know, what really worked with the bosses and what could have been improved upon. If you try to skip the computer, the game forces you back, so you have to get the map. Oh, I can skip that. That's right. But I shouldn't be skipping the cutscenes though. But yeah, so the got an in-game map in here. X of course shows where you should go, and the blinking S is your last checkpoint. Having it though actually show where you've been would have been impossible with the password system. Yeah. So, also because of the map, in order to fit this on one screen, I needed the map to be no more than 32 rooms wide. In this case, it's 30 wide, I want to say. Or it's 31 wide. Well, alright, yeah, whatever it is. And then the reason being is because then that would be too wide for this one screen. And doing something like scrolling the map would have been very hard to make given the hardware choices of this. But anyway, let's get our first shard here. So the name Oryxium's another Dragonlance reference. It's a play on Reorx, the god of craftsmanship. But anyway, probably if I were to remake this game, they would be necessary for the good ending, but not necessary to proceed with the game, if that makes sense. I'd have to come up with another way to do that. We're gonna just get teleporter C. Yeah, you definitely want teleporter C. That'll save you some backtracking later. Also, one thing is with the shards, if you actually get to the points of the game with 0 shards, you get the very bad ending. Probably most people wouldn't do that, but yeah, it is possible to just skip the shards entirely. Alright, let's see here. So now we're going up. One thing that was an idea was actually having disappearing wall grip blocks, but that didn't come into be just because there'd be a lot of exceptions checking, like, you know, are you actually connected to a wall grip? And yeah, just thinking about, oh wow, thinking about programming something like that. I guess I just wasn't up to the challenge at that time. Oops. Here we have ice on the blocks. So the disappearing blocks can also, basically any sort of solid block. Using the blocks to protect yourself. So. All right, that was good. Yeah. I know you can take that guy down, but just being safe with this. Oh, jeez. And just being reckless with that. That might have been, yeah, I thought it was. There we go. Oh, hey, we actually mashed that time. And here... Yeah. Originally, I remember you could not kill this guy, so he was in a place where he was protected. But anyway, let's go. So, first of our, I guess, big boss battles. Bold but foolish. So not much to really say about the dialogue. But oops. This is kind of like a multitasking boss in that you have to deal with that little guy that spawns there aren't too many multitasking bosses though. You also I think he can build the wall up to 6 units wide, and then he stops shooting the wall constructing shot there. But yeah, well, as the room gets narrower and narrower, it gets harder to dodge, so you want to take him down as fast as you can. Wow, yeah. No, the wall does stop, but I think given the rate of attack, you'd pretty much have to intentionally wait for that. Eh. Ah. I know, I can do this. Wow. There we go. Alright. So, Timmy's pretty cocky in this game, so... Thanks for the GG, yep. I think it was only 4 or 5 times, but still. Let us go back and save. So key 1, this time it actually tells you to shoot the blocks to destroy them. So there you go. Wow. So now we want to go back this way. one of the... Yeah. I don't know, I don't know, I always kind of like that little gimmick where you have to jump away from the wall and go back to it. If you miss any of your shots, you can always reset this room. Man. Man, that room should not be giving me trouble. That's not even a hard room. You know what? I am gonna reset. Never mind. What am I doing? It's kind of like we hit these points in the playthrough where the room gives us trouble, and then we're stuck there for a while. Conversely, we might get past some of the really hard stuff on the very first try and never have to deal with it again. There we go. So this room, one thing you can do is if you time it like that, you can do down an A, and then he's briefly turned to the other side, and then you can actually shoot those blocks. It's an easier way to do that. Alright. Also, in this game, the various sections are color-coded, so hopefully that's helped with navigation. So here's the redone portrait room. There's something like this in the Famicom Battle Kit remake as well. But yeah, you know, you're exploring and figuring out what's where. Oops, what am I doing? Yep, you have to be careful. Ah, here's the orbit drones with their more improved logic, using actual trig to calculate the distance from the center of the circle. Okay. And as such, they can have different radii. Okay. These are kind of like the fire bars from the Mario games. Or I'm sure the newer games would use similar logic where each fireball is just a different distance from the center of the circle, but travels at the same speed. Oh, he didn't jump. Really? One sec here. Alright. Hello, Ping Hyo? Ping HO? Welcome onto the chat. Hope you're doing well. We're playing Battle Kid 2. First time in a while. There we go, the correct solution. Yeah, that room isn't even hard. Well, the thing is, if I die in the same spot, then I'm able to modify it so it doesn't happen anymore. Here, just let the ice carry you. Yep. Yeah, there was a lot of that in Battle Kid 1. Here you want to wait for all three of them to converge on the bottom. Or, so what you want? Yeah. And then wait here, and then there you go. Okay. So now we're going up to the Haunted Shrine. 666 in the background there. This is one of the few rooms where you can actually get a preview. It's like one of the, how can you say, like interlude rooms that go to two places. But anyway, we're going over here. So, this area, yeah. I like the idea of having ghosts and stuff coming after you. So, what kind of creatures can we have? The Spirit Conjurer was actually a proposed enemy for Battle Kid 1, but it wound up getting used here instead. Yeah, that's not happening. Yeah, these guys just like the idea of having it so an enemy depends on other enemy's life force. This little room here, which doesn't really serve much purpose, I remember I had to shift the map one unit to the right because I think it's because, what was it? There was just something where it just needed to be moved over to the right, probably with the aquatic base or something. And as such, I had to put in this little filler room. So I just have to wonder, like, how many people make these kind of games and then you run out of map space, like, oh, I have to modify the existing map space to make it fit. Yeah, just simple bone spear enemies. So just gotta get in the rhythm. It's generally best if you have multiple ghosts, if you can get them to be on top of each other. Ah, this room. One thing in retrospective, if I were to do this, I would not have this block here, because if you, you know, if you miss your mark and have to go back, there's no way you're dodging the ghost, so you're just dead. So I'd have at least given the player a better chance to dodge the ghost if I were to do that room again. All right, we're good. This particular song, by the way, was the this was the first new piece of music that was made for this game. The first one that actually got finished. Like some of the other songs got started, but this was the first one that was ever finished. It's kind of like that happens too. Like you compose and then you have ideas, but you don't know really how to advance the ideas. So just sit on the music for a couple of weeks or even months, and then just go back to them. Oh, thank you for that. I think I will upload it to YouTube at a later point, but someone, and I'm ashamed to say I don't remember the person's name because it's on a site that no longer exists, but someone made an actual guitar remix of this. Like real instruments and everything, so. There we go, just do it fast, okay. What am I doing? I don't know if this song is uploaded anywhere. That's why I'm thinking of just uploading it to YouTube, or maybe later when I get an actual website again, I could upload some of this stuff. Jesus, I'm doing terrible. There we go. This is one of the few rooms in the game that, well, that actually use 3 different kinds of enemies. Most rooms, pretty much all rooms actually, will only ever use 1 or 2 types. And that's because of different enemy palettes. You can only have 2 unique enemy palettes. So having a third, it's obviously doable, but just something that I don't do too much. Again, wow. Should have probably had the Rune Spectres shoot faster in that room. What am I doing? Reset. There we go, the correct solution. Right now, yes, it's, but on the next stream or in a future video, I'm going to have a little announcement about where we're going. So please stay I was going to say, please stay tuned for that. I can't talk. Oh, duh. Yeah, gotta do that. I also remember this room right here. There was no wall gripper here, and if you fell down into here, and if you killed this guy, that would actually be a soft lock. You would, yeah, no choice but to reset the game. So, thankfully, fix that. Uh, yeah, easy peasy. This is all about patience. All right. All right, that's section 2. Section 3 now. Here's a case where I also like the idea of having multiple sources of specter generation, for lack of a better description. I think in my playthrough of this, I called this Satan's version of Breakouts, because you do have to get them to destroy some of the blocks, but not all of them. So it's just get the higher blocks. Mainly it's this one that you don't want them to destroy. There we go. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. That's the last part, too. Oh. Hey, Abraxas with the raid. Thank you very much. Welcome on in, raiders. Good to see you. Abraxas, what were you playing? You totally forgot. Yeah, I don't stream so often, so that's totally understandable. But anyways, welcome on in. What were you playing? Jeez. All right. So, what was I gonna say? DOS stuff and Well of Souls. Okay. Oh yeah, yeah. We had a little talk about the old internet a little bit earlier in stream here. I don't know if you remember a site called vgmusic.com with all the video game midis. I used to upload stuff to that site. But yeah, some parts of the old internet just will not die. But yeah, that's cool. DOS. Last time I did anything with DOS? Can't really remember. Anyway, I'm gonna do the boss here. So, This guy. Yeah, I wonder how much people struggle to actually figure this guy out. I really do. So it was originally a lot more complex than this though. So you have to hit the opposites. This may have been a case where having some sort of example in the game itself, like maybe a game with like a mini version of this guy, would have helped rather than just kind of throwing it at you. But the name, by the way, wow. Well, I guess we're going to see the super attack. Basically, Japanese wow, too slow. Hantai Remos is opposite ghost or opposite spirit. So, originally in English he was called the Polarity Spectre. But I gave him a more, I guess, fancy name, so to speak. What am I doing? Jumping. This guy should have been dead on the first try. Oops. Wow. It's actually not a good spot for this. Yeah, we'll just take the super attack. Here we go. Oh, missed my mark again. That's what you want to do. Also coming up with like different colors for when he gets weaker. Because he has 2 sets of colors. I mean, it wasn't hard to do, just when he's white, it's kind of hard to see the difference. There we go. That little disappearing animation is only possible because this game uses graphic RAM, so I can actually clear out parts of his graphics in RAM, one column at a time. But anyway, that was that. We got our feather fall, and we're ready to proceed. Yeah, I was thinking about the what you were saying about DOS games, though. Back in the good old days, I used to play what was it? Descent. That was a fun time. That was actually one of my first. What am I doing? One of my first experiences with multiplayer. I don't know if anyone remembers Descent or not, but it was good. Like, the smart missiles. Yeah, Descent had a good soundtrack. Descent 2 only had the 4 tracks, and then they just repeated them for the... What am I doing? For the various levels, but Descent, I think, went up to, like, level 22. And only then, like, they repeated it. I think one of my favorites from Descent 1 was, what was it? Level 3. Level 3 is a good one. What am I doing? This is like not even the hard section. "15 levels. I thought the original was only 7 levels, where you fought that one boss and then the game just sort of ends, but it's possible they changed stuff. Who knows? Coding this game, well, let me think about how I want to answer that. So just give me a moment here. This is a case where I would definitely wouldn't do this anymore. Like if you miss your mark, then you have to kill yourself. Because yeah, if you do miss that shot, then you're screwed. But anyway, let's save. Or let's get the teleporter, I should say. Then go to C and then save, and then we'll talk. Oh, I didn't get D? Oops, my bad. Anyway, about the coding process, yeah, it's written in assembly language. For the most part, yeah, the engine was all from scratch. I mean, in the case of Battle Kid 2, of course, I had previous experience, but yeah, in the first game, you know, I had to figure out how to make a game engine and, you know, how to make the character interact with the background, all that good stuff. Yeah, getting like a good feeling game engine for Battle Kid 1 was probably a good 3 months of work or so. And even then it got modified some more. At least in this game's case, I had a general engine to work with. There we go. This guy we can just bypass. I mean, there are certain parts of the code, like very subtle things. Let me get to another save and I'll talk about that, because this is kind of complex. Like, I would use like references. For example, in the top right there, you see the coordinates. So actually converting a number or a value into decimal needed some special code. Especially if you want to have multiple digits. So that was one I remember getting from an open source. What else was open sourced? Ah, yeah, multiplication and division. There's no native way to do that on the 6502, so you would need to write your own routine if you want to do multiplication or division. Multiplication doesn't really come up so much. Division, however, can come up a few points. I mean, if you're actually dividing by a power of 2, you can actually use right shifting in that case to do the division. But if you want some weird number, like 3, then, you know, you gotta write your division routine yourself or get one. In my case, I just got one. There we go. I remember the division routine too. It returns the, I guess, the quotients and the remainder. At one time, I was even looking at square root routine, and even that, wow, just seeing the amount of code needed for that was crazy. And not only that, you probably wouldn't want to calculate that on the NES anyway because of all the machine cycles it would take. Well, it's because there's no native way to do the math, that's why. Was I going to say something about this section? Hang on a sec here. There's not too much to really say about this section. We've already gone past it, but the rooms with the, what do you call it, the conveyor belts. So if you're in sludge and on a conveyor belt, and you walk against the conveyor belt, it actually freezes you in place, which is intended, because your speed is already half, and then the sludge makes it 0. Or sorry, the conveyor belt makes it 0. There was a point where I was going to have ice under the sludge as well. I think it might actually appear in one of the special stages. And it's like you barely slide on the ice under the sludge. It's almost like you kind of get stuck. But yeah, anyway, we got the X sludge so we can move freely. So sludge now becomes water. Square root for what purpose? Yeah, that's a good question. I think I was just curious about it. I don't think there was any math that I use that would specifically use it. So it's just, can you do square root? And yeah, you can. And it's super messy, but you can do it. Actually, you only need to take out the top guy here. I think they're... Oh, wow. That was close. I think there was a point where I put the wall grippers in here. But there was a thing with the game where, like, the graphic looks like you can only grip from the right side, but in fact, that block you can grip from either side. So graphically, it looks like it's only the one side, but in reality, it's both sides. And that's why you will never see like a single unit of wall that will be a wall gripper in this game. I think that's another factor why I never tried the, wow, the disappearing wall grippers. All right, round 2. You know what? I think you can, yeah, just do that. There we go. And then there's this final guy here. The most complex in the math that's ever used in the game are just aiming bullets. When I plan to go live next would be next Sunday, so 1 week from today at 1 p.m. Japan time. Right now it is almost 7 p.m. Japan time. Wow, it's later than I thought. But yeah, the next time is going to be Battle Kid version 2.0, the Famicom version. So we'll do a little talking developments. I will also upload this stream to YouTube, so you should be able to see that later. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Later on. But yeah, anyway, thanks for coming in. Have a good night, and hope to see you next time. There we go. Alright, let's do this the correct way. Alright, let's get to the save points. Oops, here we go. Oh yeah, there was another thing. I think some people even found this too, where the reason the spikes are set up like this, your hitbox is smaller than the spike hitbox. And if there's a solid brick, you could actually stand right next to the spike. It wouldn't really come into play, but that's one of the reasons why the spikes are just kind of set up so like you have a spike under a spike. Anyway. Hello, Austin Coulston. Thank you for coming in. Thanks for the happy anniversary. I hope that you are doing well. Yeah, we're playing Battle Kid 2. Got about, say about 40% of the main game done. 4 a.m., jeez, yeah. Yeah, this actually went a little bit later than I was expecting. Wow, a little bit later than I was expecting. Oh yeah, where are we going? The aquatic base. Yeah, that's down here. No idea what I was doing. Thanks. You have a good night too. Bye-bye. If you came here normally without the X-Sludge, then yeah, you'd meet that wall there. This is a way you can backtrack. Kind of weird, the save room here, but whatever. Here, you want to delay just a moment, and yeah, you can go. Here. There we go. It's all about watching the arcs. It's your wake-up time. Waking up at 4 a.m.? This room, I have no idea why I put the urchins like that. It's just, I guess I wanted the aquatic creatures. Probably I would have just used the turrets normally, but whatever. Anyway, there. This room, you want to aim for the last fish, if possible. I know. There we go. So if you can take out the last fish, it's a lot easier to cross that room. Alrighty, so I remember, I think it was, let me see this. Was it here? There was something where I think there was a area above this, but it ultimately got changed. Oh, I remember now. It was Teleporter F. So originally, the Aqua Base shard was going to be in a different place than it is in the final game. Wow, it was close. Again, watch your safe spots. This was one of the later songs in the game, I remember. I started something, but it didn't get finished until a bit later. Yeah. There we go. Oh, yep. Wow. Where do you go here? I think just here. Nope. I guess just go all the way to the bottom. Yeah, that's what you do. And then just watch the incoming fish. All right, that wasn't too bad. This room was what? Oh yeah, this, okay. Yeah, that's why I put that little cubby up there so you could do that. Okay. Here, just... Nope. Yep. Ah, okay. Then go all the way over here. Alright, that was section 2. That wasn't too bad. I think I remember now. Going to bed, 7 a.m. Alright, absolutely. Thanks for coming in. And I'm glad that you enjoy the game. So, yeah, have a good night. Have a good rest. And hope to see you next time. Take care. Yeah, it was here. So if we look at the map, because yeah, above the X, you can kind of see that backwards C shape, and that was originally over here, flipped horizontally. So the shard was going to be like right above here, but ultimately I moved it to a more accessible place. So, because like, you'd have to do all that backtracking. Ah, this room. Oh yeah, the slowly rotating guy. Here, we want to... right here. And right here. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Oh, and I need to jump. Okay, this time jump. Of all the places we wind up, it's back in the little cubby there, really? Alright, round 3. Yeah, that's the best way to do that if possible. The only problem is you don't know if you're always going to make your mark. Oh, notebook of passwords? Yeah. Yeah, I didn't talk much about the passwords, but I know that the password system has been decoded, and it's not really a very complicated system. You love the game, so thank you very much for saying so. Love that people got some enjoyment out of these. Well, let's see. Yeah, right here. 1, 2, 3. Alright, let's get to the checkpoint. Alright, that was section 3. Need some water. Excuse me. So next is Lobster Bot. Originally, there was an idea maybe this would actually have 2 of these guys instead of just the 1. But I couldn't imagine how that would have played out. But yeah, the general idea is like when he's doing... I'd say that probably the most complex part is this here. You just kind of want to do that sort of circular motion. Where right, left, right, left, right, left. The back telegraphs, I don't know if we're going to get to see that again during this fight, but when he shoots those shots up into the air. Wow, he really doesn't want to do that attack. That's alright. Alright, there we go. Yeah, it was kind of a easier boss fight, but I guess given some of the tougher ones prior to this point, maybe having a slight break was a good thing. I don't know. So coming up next will be the ice caves. Key 2. Here you can just go to teleporter E. And in we go. So this song was another 2002 song. So it's a bit longer than the other tracks. The Yetis, so obviously they have the ice block attack, but originally there was maybe some thought of doing some kind of earthquake attack, but that just didn't become a thing. Not sure how that would have even really worked. Yeah, you actually can kill this guy, but I just find it easier to take out the ball. These guys, I think one of the last enemies in the game, the Frost Kuma. Kuma being Japanese for bear. And the return of the spiked crushers. Originally they were not going to be in the game, but I wanted to put them in, so they went in. And then the 4 directional one is also a new one to this game. That one down there. So it can move vertically or horizontally. Oh, this room. No. Wow, what am I doing? Ah, it's been a while. And that was the last room too, of course. Oh, wow. That was not the intended way to do that, but I'll take it. Oh, well. Yeah, I thought you could just do that. I say as he doesn't jump. I'm doing so many things the risky way. Didn't need the feather. Wow, what am I doing? Start to lose your mind after a while here. That was close. There, that's the safe way to do that room. You know, what's sad is I did this so well the first time. Oh wait, I think I remember now. You want a feather from here? Yeah. And then here, the block will actually pass over your head so you can shoot from here. Although you can attack from the wall if you feel safer there, but there's no reason to. Alright, checkpoint 1, which we should have been at like 5 minutes ago. Here's, yeah, where we had some fun with the architecture, so... Ah, yeah. As you open up the blocks, the ice block can move to different spots. Ah, that's right. You do that. Because yeah, it's four hits on the wall to crack, and then the 5th one actually destroys it. It's coming back to me now. Same thing down there, because it breaks on the lower left wall at the end, so that's why you just follow it and then you can get past. Okay. This was actually a filler room, but the shard was gonna be here. So again, I kind of talked about this, but yeah, a lot of these shards were gonna be in very inconvenient places. So, and since this wound up becoming a filler room, I just put some of those icicles in there. And the icicle very well may have been the last addition to the game in terms of regular enemies. Just make sure your foot is at least 1 pixel over, and you will always be on the block. Okay, good. Checkpoints. Section 3 has a little bit of a different look to it. Probably should have done this with some more of the areas, give like the different sections a little different look, but yeah, whatever. It is what it is. Okay. Okay. Ah, okay. Yep. Just a matter of juggling these things. How do we do this? That's how we do it. This room you just, what is it? Feather for a little bit and then let go. Yeah. Alright, and this is where the mini game got moved to. So, Cleo the Snowman. There was a point when I wanted Zed the Snowman, but just didn't work out. So anyway, Misha the Penguin boss. Yeah, I really liked how this guy came out. One of the few bosses that will ever walk along the ground, too. Oh, jeez, what am I doing? I almost had him the first try. Yeah, pretty much when you do this fight, you just want to watch him, not so much watch yourself. Alright, second try, that was good. And this simple falling over animation there. So we got our double jump. Yeah, I really like the crystals in the background of this area. And speaking of which, we have our mini game. So early in the stream I showed I programmed a whole cartridge for Simon, but here it's just a minigame. Oh, oops. Well, we got to see the failure message. That should be it. Yep. Alright, well. Probably could have made that like one less. But whatever. It is what it is. Anyway, that's 2 shards, 5 bosses. It's time to make our way up to the power station. These guys you can just run past. And yeah, we'll just be safe, why not? Also have to get teleporter D at some point. I'll talk about this a little bit later. First, let's save. Then let's go around and get D. So I forgot to do that the first time. Yeah. I guess we'll save again. It's not too difficult, but just want to be sure. All right. Good. All right, here we go. So remember, this song was actually started early, but finished later. So we have our second fight with Helga, which is the true fight. Timmy being cocky. German says, yes, it's now time to die. Let's see here. In the background, those little LEDs, they spell out Helga in katakana. No double jump, really? Oh, you had the hardest time with those fights? Yeah, these were meant to be more decisive battles than the regular bosses. Just like with most of these sprite bosses, you want to watch the boss more so than yourself, I find. Like, what kind of motion is the boss doing? Alright. Wow. Alright, good. So it means just you wait, Rotznaza. Yeah, you get a flow. I mean, that's, yeah, with so many games. You know, what does the boss do? How do they telegraph it? And then what do you need to do to get out of it? And then eventually you just figure out what you're intended to do and then do it. Return to the Stalker drones. So these guys were introduced very early in Battle Kit 1, but kind of late here. This is the first instance where you can see them moving at a faster speed. Oh, geez. Wait a minute. Try that again. There we go. Ah. Some of these sections are kind of long, unfortunately. There we go. The boss in the big machine, official name is Ivan. Not Vlad, but Ivan. Yeah, the ice one, I think the fire one was a bit less difficult than the ice one, at least in terms of... Since you have all the items at that point too, you have more mobility. Anyway... Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Really? That room isn't even that bad. Actually, wait. I think... No. Yeah, do that. Yeah. Oh, this room... Yeah. So now we got our electric zappers. So you want to hurry here. This room is jump, jump. All right, that wasn't too bad. Okay, thankfully we got through section 1. These were the last main enemy that were put in the game, the Volt Spheres. I mean, the icicle is technically an enemy, but it was just sort of a filler more than anything else. But yeah, one thing about this area that I didn't mention is that pretty much everything in here is electrical or robotic enemy-wise. There we go. This room, how do we do this one? How do we do this one? It's been a... No. Jeez. I know you drop it down and then you gotta shoot and then go around. Oh, I'm dropping way too late. Yeah, that's it. Alright, now I remember. Yeah. Reset that. Here's where you would come back, so... to get the shard, I should say. Okay. Yeah, the timing really isn't bad on these, although I say that now. So you want to basically rush. Okay, I think I see it. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I'm being very silent, but yeah, those are very involved rooms, so just take some study sometimes to check them out. So now, okay, this one. Oops. Here you can reset and then get the 3 block. It's a bit of a safer strategy, actually. But anyway, okay, continue. Pretty much in section 3, you have to know when to turn your feather off. Like this room, don't even use the feather, except for over here. Like, you know, use the feather at the beginning, not at the second part. Okay. And don't use your feather over there, okay? Ah, I missed my mark. You gotta... That's the unfortunate thing that can happen. Shoot the wrong way. Oops. Ah, here. Okay, just rush. Okay, we did it. So now, everybody's favorite boss, the Doppelganger Constructor. Admittedly, this probably went on for a bit too long. Yeah, I'm gonna probably struggle remembering all of these. Yeah, I like the idea of a clone boss, and I like the idea that, just like you, he would take one hit. But of course, a one-hit boss is a little weak, so need to have some other kind of threat, and then that's where the whole swarming thing came into play. I keep missing my marks. They do always appear in the same spot every time, though. Yeah. Oh, jeez. That was not a good way to do that. Keep missing my marks. There we go. Man. I knew this was going to be rough. Really? Wow. Keep missing the marks. This is one I probably should have practiced beforehand. That's what I get for not playing for several years. Well, we're 3 away from failing a hard run. In some NES games, the sprites flash if they're... that's mainly because the sprites are just too big. In this game, the sprites are, for the most part, very small. So yeah, it can do that, but there are ways that let's say it. Like I can control what's on the screen, so I try to make it so that that just almost never happens. Oops. All right. Oh man, that was such a good fight too. Yep, keep missing the marks. Definitely, though, if this ever were to get remade, this would be refactored. Man. Should not be doing this badly on this. Didn't double jump. Wow. Man. I am slowly getting reacclimated to how this was supposed to be done. So it's pretty much effectively, when they fall, they're going to be moving in the direction that they're facing when they fall. And getting behind them is the best way to actually go about attacking them. Of course, if you miss the marks like that, then bad stuff can happen. Well, we got too big of a mess there. Oh. Yeah, not even paying attention anymore. Hmm. Man. Hmm. 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 Yeah, I just really out of practice of this. Because main problem is just not hitting the targets. Like I know what to do, just hitting the targets is the hard part. There we go. We're hitting targets that time. Again, missed the marks. Hmm. Wow, that's double KO. Feather didn't trigger. Oh, I forgot about they do the double jump. It was a single jump. Wow. Okay. Missing the marks is the worst parts. So these guys just run around the floor, but never jump. This last one does jump, but only a single jump. Okay. So big Timmy, there we go. It's done. So what did we learn is what's easy several years ago may not necessarily be easy after revisiting it. But hey, it's done. Let's never speak of it again. Alrighty, so now we're in search of our, oh, we're in search of shards. So let's see here. Gonna start with the electric base shard. So there was a hint in the thing here, so you can actually see the coordinates of where the various 3 doors are. Oops. Nope. So let's get to the entrance here, and then we can talk about some things I was thinking. So I like the idea of having some mini games, but this one, you just, you know, wherever a 0 is, you're safe. Maybe not necessarily like the greatest of mini games, but yeah, those are the worst. Where you're on one side and have to go to the other. Alright, that was good. So just follow the down arrow down. Let's see, what do we want to do next? Guess we'll go for the sewer one. Yeah, this should be fine. And then some of these, of course, have a mini stage that you have to clear to beat them. I think if you're very precise, you can sneak by that guy without killing him, but it's tricky. This is, oops, the hardest room. Wow. Let's actually try it. Yeah, okay. That wasn't so bad, actually. Oh. Oh. Oops. Well, that was unintentional. Guess we're gonna have to restart ourselves back there. Oops, spelled debugger correctly. Let's see, we had these. We had these. Yes, 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 yes. Yeah, topple, yes. Well, I guess since we're doing it, we're going to talk about the debug screens. So let's see, we had the electric and the ice one. And we were at sewer 1, right? Okay. All right, well, sorry for that. That was unintentional. The only thing is the death counter has reset. Ah. You have to keep your prize too. Really? Oh, we had it that one time too. What am I doing? Yeah, that's the second one, not the first one. There we go. Okay, here we gotta. Jeez. All right. All right, that's 4. And you can use this path to get back more easily. What am I doing? Use this path, yeah. So, one sec here. Let's see. Next, then, we want to do. I guess we'll do the aqua base. Oh yeah, B. Yeah, that's right. No, this way, yeah. So, like, the sewers we'll save here. Yeah, okay. Alright, yeah. This one, I think, not quite as tough as the sewer one. This part, though... Oh, that was fine. Alright, good. First try. And let's see. Get this one. So this one, let's get up here. So I'll kind of do it in the reverse order, but the hint though is here, because players would probably think, you know, jump from here, but this texture of the wall is a little bit different. If you kind of look, you know, above the halfway point here, it changes back to the normal texture. It's very subtle, but people were able to figure it out. I'll explain how that actually was intended to be, I guess, decoded. So normally if you jump from where I was showing, you would go into here, and then this wall, same kind of thing happens. And the arrows are pointing left here, which was a little hint for check for a wall. And this is a hint for how to get into the Gauntlet of Evil. So this being the Haunted Shrine. And, you know, think about illumination. So that room with the lightning was what I was going for with that. Anyway, let's go get the last shard. It's gonna be where E, right? Yeah. Here we go. Happy anniversary, all. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming on in. Hope you're doing well. Where you're doing? Hope you're doing well today. Yeah, it's been a rough run of this. I haven't played these games in so long, so I've definitely gotten rusty. Oh. See, things like that. Anyway, right now we're going for the last shard with everybody's favorite puzzle coming up here. Don't know why I killed that guy, I just felt like it. You too. Alright, there we go. So, this last one is meant to be a math puzzle, although execution could have been better, in my opinion. But basically, you know, A is a 1, B is 2. Z you can think of as 0 or 26 because it overlaps, but anyway, you know, O is 15, E is 5, so 5 plus 15 is 20, which is T. 20 plus 18 is 38, so that goes over. So 38 minus 26 is what? 12? Yeah. And then again, 12 plus 18, 30, so 4. 4 plus 5 is 9. So X you can also think of as minus 2. So 9 minus 2 is 7. Um, 9 plus 7 is 16. Um, 16 plus 21. Right? Yeah, 16 minus 5 is 11, yeah. And then 11, 13 is 24. There we go. And if you leave through the portal without getting this, you get to do the puzzle again, but we'll leave through the portal. Alrighty. So the illumination is this room. I mean, people do know where this is, but, you know, with patience, and then there's the pathway. Probably should have made it be a block instead of a glass block, but whatever. But I am not gonna be running this in this run. Alright, we've made it through. Now let's go and get to the final area. Here's where we want D, right? Save. So yeah, the portrait room, these for the most part are based on the manual portraits. So there you go. You can also leave through here, but there's no real reason to. This is meant to be the illusion that you're inside of the final ship. So here we go. So I said earlier in the stream, if you have 0 shards, you get the super bad ending. 1 to 6 is the bad ending. And all 7, the good ending. So here we go. It's the only screen where you see both Helga and Ivan in the same spot. So the ship taking off, kind of simplified, but it was a short sequence anyway, so. We land on the middle of our ship. Yep. Alright, we're off to the final area. Like the way this cutscene played out as well. Alright, here we go. So if you try to leave, you can't. So hopefully music contains or conveyed a little feeling of ominousness. Up there in the top left is Ivan, written in Morse code. So it's another instance of Morse code. There's a couple of these on the ship. That's right. I forgot the timing on this. This shouldn't be anywhere near as bad as the last fight. This is also patternated. Wow. Alright. We're getting there. If you have the double damage, this fight is quite short. Like, you'd probably be in the purple already, if not red. Alright, that was easy enough. So Timmy's being... Oh, I skipped the cutscene. Oh well. It's fine. Timmy's being cocky again. So this is a forced scene. You can't skip it. Idea being to play the intro for the final area music. So this was my favorite song of the game. It also kind of doubles as a main area theme, or a main theme for Battle Kid 2, because on the title screen you can also hear a little version of this as well. Oh, didn't jump. Didn't jump where I told him to. Wow. Oh, come on, man. Shouldn't be that difficult. There we go. There we go. That's what really happened the first time. Yeah, this is bad. Phew. Okay. All right, section 1, clear. I think this room had gunners on both sides originally, but yeah, that was too much to deal with. These are just here for the sake of using the bone spears one more time. Because just like first game, try to use every enemy and gimmick at least once. Okay. Yeah. This guy we can just take out. Yeah, that was good. Ah, this guy, okay. And here... Yep. Alright, section 2, first try. That was nice. Section 3, how will we do? Oops, I knew where to stand, but I wasn't able to stand there just yet. Luckily, this is all happening in the first room. Yeah. This one, yeah, you can use the turbine, and with the turbine plus the conveyor belt, makes you just as fast as the Spike Crusher. Oh, wow. Now we gotta wait. One more. This one, that's right, aim for the center. This last one is... Alright, yeah, that wasn't too bad then. So, once again with the upside down and red save points. So, although I suppose if you didn't play Battle Kid 1, maybe you didn't see it coming. But... that says yoink in Morse code there. And we're on to section, the final area. Final area, final sections. Oh, what am I doing? As I say again, what am I doing? Pretty much just these two are mandatory. Nice. One more time. All right, that's first item down. Here's the return of the ice. All right, and then this is a point where you have to be very careful to read the text box. So 1, 2 jumps just aren't enough. Have 3. Some people might remember some old betas of this game where there was a jump counter actually at the top of the screen. You could see how many times you could jump, but just got reported to be too distracting, so I took that out. All right. And then from here, he just throws it over our head, so we're fine. Here. Okay. So finally, 1, 2, 3. So section 2, that wasn't too bad either. Section 3 of this, where we have our feather and triple jump, but nothing else. This was actually a bad idea. Yeah, I knew it. Oh well. That's right, you want to go fast. let's see here. You can actually aim above, and you don't have to actually deflate this guy. Wow. Okay, wow. We got through section 3. So this boss coming up here, multi-part boss, isn't it? So thing to remember is that they will always do a moving attack and then a shooting attack. So it just alternates between those two. It was kind of tricky to make this guy because I wanted to have the different color when they get lower on health, I should say. All right, first try. Nice. So there we go. Got 2 items back. Go save and head to the final boss. So. Oh, jeez. 1 sec. There we go. Here, you want to take out the guy. And now we can go up. Just like doing those baiting moves so you can get them down low enough to take them out. All right. Oh wait, yeah. Okay, this is a tricky room, because again, you miss your mark, you're done. Let's go. Okay. Right, we did it, and there's the backwards walking Chrome drone. Used to be, it was an error with the original code where I got the display backwards, but of course fixed it after the fact. And then re-implemented it for just that one there. Alright, Helga, fight 3. So go right to D4 means prepare yourself. Ah. Oh, hello, Spiriax. Welcome on in. I guess you were able to make it out after all. So yeah, this has gone on for quite a bit longer than I would have liked, but... Also had a little embarrassing thing earlier where at the game over screen, I hit end, so I had to enter debug mode and restart. But hey, it happens. Yeah. Oh. Wow, that was like the one way you should never die. I got kicked in the face. Yeah, that was just bad. We're getting there. Ah, wrong way. Alright, good. So that's the end of that one. Unglaublich, unbelievable. Yep, that was definitely one of the fights. Yeah, Famicom will be next week. I kind of wanted to do this in as sequentially as possible, so yeah. Although, seeing that you're coming on at this time, and the fact that I'm going to start this like 8 hours before this point, you might not be able to come in. So, because it's almost 9 p.m. here, this is going on way longer than I thought it was going to. So, anyway, Timmy's really, really cocky in this one. There we go. See how much I can remember this. Yeah. There's certain quirky parts about this fight. But yeah, next time we'll be talking Famicom developments and what's going to be going on next. Oh wow, that was bad. So this final boss music, just a remix of the bad guys theme. What am I doing? As I said again, what am I doing? Yeah, that was bad. So I'm trying to remember, as I said to some of the people earlier, it's been so long since I've actually played these that I've really don't remember as much of the strategy as I should. This fight, though, I think it's coming back. We want to basically be along the walls as much as possible when you're fighting the actual core. That's right. Ah, didn't triple jump there. Okay, this is starting to come back to me now. Ah, I got greedy there. Yeah. What am I thinking? Really? Yeah, that was too fast. What am I doing? Ah, it was the wrong thing I was reacting to. Yeah, jumping isn't working as intended at points. All right, we're done. So yeah, I do like this cutscene artwork. Probably this would never be a licensed game way back in the day because of that. Oh, that's right. Oh. Even though it's only used once, I did like how this particular track came out, the escape sequence. I think if you're very precise, you actually can triple jump over those. And here the Morse code says freedom. All right. And we are free. All right, set that down. Thanks for the GG. Oh man, I need to stretch. So, roughly 3 hours, 26 minutes on this, which is an hour longer than my old playthrough on YouTube, but yeah. So yeah, not having played this for I don't even know how many years. I'd say that's still pretty good. This particular ending music was originally envisioned to be an area theme, but I couldn't really get anything to work for an area, so it just changed to the ending theme, so I feel it works well. But all right, that is the game. Pickaxe check. Toskuth is a play on the Japanese word tokots, which means skull. Yeah. So, what was I gonna say? I guess we'll, yeah, there was something when you get to the parts after the, what do you call it? The credits, yeah. Doppelganger Constructor was the part that I struggled with the most. Oh, the wireframe song? Yeah, we're not going to be doing the special stages in this run. But anyway, total production time was maybe, what, 1.5 years on this? Well, I guess 2 years, but there were a lot of breaks because it started in July of 2010 and ended in July of 2012, but like there were times I took like a whole month or 2 months off, so there you go. So right here, there was actually going to be another, what do you call it? Like an explosion graphic, and I'll show this after we get through all this. Yeah. It's also fun when you have these timed music tracks, like certain cues in the music, like when it was panning down, it goes dun, dun, and then just kind of disappears. Yeah, these wide shots too take a while to actually get defined correctly in the game. All right. Given that I had to do the restart with the password. I think it was closer to 130 or so for the final counts, but still, haven't played it in a while. I know I can certainly get back into it if I did it more. But anyway, the other passwords were what? Rosy Shrine for Special Stage 2, Opposition for Special, or the Boss Rush, and Wireframed for Special Stage 3. So yeah, let's actually close out of this. And so even though it's not going to matter too much at this point, but the schedule for today was something like this. And so I guess we're at the final remarks. So let's do that. Where is it? Before we do that, though, here's what I was talking about. So the original final shot was going to be something like this, but that explosion up top would have just been, it would have needed to have been simplified, and there were too many tiles. But yeah, there is concept art. So when I upload the version of this on YouTube, you can see more of that, because I went through that during the talking production parts of this. But anyway, let's see here. There we go. So yeah, after Battle Kit 2, it was a very long hiatus before really doing much of anything. I think I will talk about some of the stuff I did in between that point and the Famicom re-release, but that'll be next stream. There wasn't much though. So let's turn that off. Or not turn that off, but close that, yeah. So yeah, I am happy with how people really received the games, and you know, even though it's been a while, I hope to maybe do some more projects in the future. In the next stream, I will announce what I have been doing, so definitely stay tuned for that. So today's stream, wow, this is definitely a record. Was rated 3 times, so first, second, and third time I ever have been rated. And yeah, so we'll go from there. So thank you to Abraxas86, Ragnatic, and Redo PDX for the raids earlier in the stream. Appreciate all that. And throughout the stream, we got a fair amount of follows as well. So thank you to all who have followed, even though I'm sure I'm saying this a bit later than I should be. So with that said, yeah, I guess let's do an ending card here, and we'll find someone to raid in a moment here. Let's see, first we'll do the ending card.